Hello, everyone. Kaduna Polytechnic. Please come forward. Um, in our midst, I hope he hasn't left, the immediate past president of the Nigerian Psychological Association, Professor Michael Ezenwa. Well, I'm saving the stuff for the last act. Uh, Before us also, we have the president of the Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists, Professor Gloria Karuri. Uh, will I be doing wrong if I separate you from Mama? No, okay. So please take your seat there. And then we have the Secretary General of the Nigerian Psychological Association, Dr. Yemi Atibioke. Please join Professor Karuri on the other side. Uh, Before us, we have the Mama Psychology of Nigeria, Professor Helen Oshinowo. The she's no longer the immediate past, but she's former president Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists, former member board of trustees Nigerian Psychological Association, secretary board of trustees Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists. Um, what else do you want to know? It's just too much. Please give Mama a big round of applause. Later in the afternoon, I'll tell you a small story. Uh, so we have in our midst also distinguished professors and leaders of various psychology organizations in Nigeria. We have Professor Edward Dachelson from University of Jos, fellow Nigerian Psychological Association, and recently inducted as fellow Nigerian Association of Clinical Psychologists. We have, how come that I'll forget your name so soon? How come? You, I'm talking to you now. Not Kolawole, not Kolawole. Your sister. Yes, now. Pamela Chidoka, right? Or Udoka. Yes, she is the current PRO, NACP. We have Olawale Samson, right? You are the secretary, no, sorry, auditor, NACP. We have Ada Maduka. Ada is, she has double barrel recognition in our psychological associations here in Nigeria, fellow NPA, chartered psychologist. Now, coming in uh, reluctantly is the president elect of the Nigerian Psychological Association, Dr. Tafida Abubakar. Please take your seat. And now, um, the big masquerade. the big masquerade, who will be the chairman of today's occasion. Our Usually in Nigeria we say capacity president, Professor Olukayode Afolabi, the president, Nigerian Psychological Association, and also a board member of the Pan African Psychology Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to this event. I don't have really much to say other than to listen to you, at the end of which um, I will support you to chart a course. But suffice it to say, we have decided that students are our veritable partners in this movement. If uh, this higher education summit must be successful, and if it must make meaning, then it means that the voice of our students must be heard. The voice of our students must be heard. Scholars from all over Africa have assembled, and they are here to deliberate on um, learning systems. They're here to present their research findings. We're here to interrogate the philosophies that guide our learning and to assess their adequacies for our needs as Nigerians, for our needs as Africans, and then to decide together what we can do as psychologists in different sectors, to uh, assist in the development process of our various countries and our continent together. Um, Before I hand over to the MCs, I want to recognize Dr. Konkoso and his team. Dr. Konkoso is of Bayero um, University, Kano. I don't know. Are you the dean? The dean of the Faculty of Education, Bayero University, Kano. When they got our letter, he reached out to me personally and said, "We will honor your invitation." Dr. Konkoso, I want to give you a promise here that uh, when we begin to engage with the Federal Ministry of Education, you and Bayero University will lead. We will present you. He's here with 11 of his students, and they came by road. Please give them a big applause. Now I have the honor to present to you our two able MCs, Dr. Mukali from Tanzania and Ogochukwu Naji from Nigeria. To support them is Dr. Teso Paul Shapura. Finally, we have in our midst somebody who doesn't speak English. She doesn't speak English. She speaks Portuguese. Incidentally, the first the first abstract to be sent in for this occasion was by her. Um, the name is jaw breaking, uh, but I'm sure you're looking at me. Can you stand up? Tell her to stand up and unkupia or something. Very good. Let's sit down. When I asked if she would go, she said, I will go. I will. Thanks to AI. She kept, I kept deceiving her as though I was a Portuguese speaking person. So each time she sent me a mail, I replied. I replied her, you know, using AI. But she's here and we're doing our best to get her an interpreter so that she'll feel at home. Please, let's not isolate her. Let's make her feel at home. Ah, Professor Ari Obiomos, who just walked in, he's a member of the governing council of Namdi Azikiwe University, Oka, Anambra State in Nigeria. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Professor Andrew Zamani, Dr. Eve, Professor South Cooper, Professor Olu Afolabi, members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. How many of you are happy this morning as we are inaugurating the first Pan-African Psychology Union Higher Education Conference here in Abuja? Can I see by the show of hands, please? Okay, for those who are happy this morning, can you raise up, please? Can you raise up? You have seated for a long time. Can you raise it? Okay, studio, give me just a backup of very low music. As please, I would like you to do something for me this morning. Studio, are you ready? I need just a low backup music, a very calm music. If it can be um, maybe country music, that would be awesome. I'll need you to do something for me before we start our session this morning. I need you to do this for me. When the studio play this backup music with a low voice, I need to go at least around and greet at least 5 people. But before you do that, I really understand. I know that psychologists and mental health practitioners have been when it comes to directions, when it comes to anything that needs someone to do something. So first and foremost, I need you to turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. Just find a neighbor and turn to him or her. Come on, guys. I say turn to your neighbor. Don't greet the neighbor. I say turn to your neighbor. Mental health practitioners, you're now letting me down. I only say turn to your neighbor. Don't greet the neighbor. Just turn to your neighbor and look at him or her. Uh, just turn to your neighbor. I like this couple here. They've just turned to each other, just smiling. Beautiful. So I need you to first begin saying to your neighbor, then go to the other 4 people in the house. Studio, background music, please, as we're starting. At least 5 people, at least 5 people. Studio, background music. Studio, let me down, please. Backup music. Make sure you greet 5 people. Take your time, 5 people, and even more. Okay. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Studio, thank you. As you listen to that music, can you now try to arrange yourself nicely? Can you try, for those who are seated this side, I would wish all of us to sit this side, these two rows here. It will look beautiful, taking also the pictures and everything. Can you do that, studio? Backup music when people are moving now to this row and this row. Come on, you can also feel the music this morning, please. Can you now move to the this row and the second row? Come on, for those who are seated the other side. Just find this somewhere here. I'm surprised there are people who have started to they've just a single person. Please, can you move and now go on with your program? Studio, thank you. Can I hear a big round of applause, please? Big round of applause. Yeah, thank you. I would wish to see all the members now coming this side. We're only going to use these two rows. I think they will be the very best sitting arrangement so that we may continue with our program. Can you move? Can you move quickly? Can you move? And you can get seated. Just get seated, get seated. I'd wish to see those who are seated the other side. Please, can we move to these two rows? And make sure that you sit at the front. We'll have a very good atmosphere and we'll have good, nice pictures for our occasion. I would love to see you all seated so that we may continue with our program. I only have one task to perform here. Yes, we can just come to sit up front. Thank you very much. Personally, I'm so happy to be in Nigeria. It's my first time to be here, all the way from Tanzania. I understand we are all excited to be here this morning. We're going to have more days and more things to gain till our last day when we're going to close on meetings. First and foremost, I would like to recognize the presence of the Nigerians in the house. Please, by show of hands, can you raise up? All people are coming from Nigeria, the hosts of the event. Please raise up. A big round of applause, a big round of applause, please. Can you wave? Thank you. We are so happy to be with you here. We are so happy for you guys who invited us here in Nigeria, especially in Abuja. Get seated. Can I recognize the presence of our friends from South Africa? South Africans who are here. A big round of applause to them. Only Professor South Cooper. Oh, madam, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Can I recognize the presence of? Oh, I'll talk about them. Don't worry. Can I recognize the presence of people from Ghana? Please, a big round of applause. By the way, when I say people, I mean psychologists and mental health practitioners. Get me right. Can I recognize the presence of our friends from Cameroon? Cameroonian South. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Can I recognize the presence of our friends from Ethiopia? Beautiful. Enoch with a friend, you're most welcome. Can I recognize the presence of people from Angola? Angola, They're not yet in the room. We'll receive them maybe later. From the airport. Thank you very much. Can I recognize the friends from Switzerland? Oh, you're most welcome, my brother. Thank you. Can I recognize the presence of people, all people across Africa who are following us from the YouTube and any other media platform? Can we have a round, big applause for them, please, kindly? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can I also recognize the presence of our friends from Tanzania? I'm I'm not alone. Actually, I think are they at the airport? Okay, thank you for that, for such information. Some of them are coming also to join us in these meetings in a very special way. Uh, President and Professor Andrew Zamani, allow me to recognize the presence of the organizing committee. Please, can you organizing committee? Can you stand up on the organizing committee and can you have a big round of applause for them? Organizing committee. I know some of them are still outside performing different duties. We really appreciate of what you've done. It's awesome. I know it's the first time we're doing this, but you really guys did the best. God bless you. Allow me now, members and visitors, allow me to call upon my sister Ogochuku. Uh, we're going now for a session. We're going to start our session. Allow me to welcome her for just a simple task, and then we'll continue. Please, a big round of applause to her. You bear with me. I might pronounce the Nigerian's name wrongly, but I'm learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dito. Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to this epoch-making event, the first Pan-African Higher Education Summit. So before we proceed, I would like us to rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may now sit. Okay, before we continue, I'd like to call on the chairman, Pan African Psychology Union Committee on Student Affairs, Enoch. Please a round of applause for him.
Good morning again, everyone. Um, Dr. Eva Thompson, Secretary General of the International Psychological Union. Professor Andrew Zamani, our President of the Pan African Psychological Union. Um, Board members of the Pan African Psychological Union, of course, the guru of African psychology, founder, our mentor, our father, Professor Sat Soper, and all distinguished guests, the President elect, everyone, all protocols observed. And I would like to say a few things regarding our first Pan African Psychological Union Higher Education Summit, specifically to the students summit here today. So it was great joy and immense pride that I stand before you today at the inaugural Pan African Psychology Union Student Summit on behalf of the organizing committee. I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Your presence here is a testament to our commitment to advancing the field of psychology across our beautiful continent. As we gather in this vibrant space, we're not just students, but we're also pioneers, innovators, and change makers. This summit is not only an opportunity to foster collaboration and inspire one another as we navigate the unique challenge and opportunities that psychology presents in our diverse African context. Um, we come from various backgrounds, cultures, and academic disciplines, yet we share a common goal to enhance the well-being of individuals and community across Africa. Our diversity is our strength, and together we can create impactful solutions that resonate with our unique experience and realities. Over the next few hours, you will have like a chance of engaging with distinguished speakers, participating in dynamic workshops, and collaborate with fellow students from across the continent, both online and who are here physically. And I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity to ask questions, share your insights, and build networks that will support you long after this summit concludes. I would like to say a few things regarding um, the purpose of starting with the student summit here, as we are having the first higher education um, conference of the Pan African Psychological Union, as it is clearly stated on the statue of Papu. The objectives, some of the objectives that are directly related to our reason to be here is like the first thing stated on the Papu statute is that Papu works to advance psychology as a science profession and as a means of promoting human well-being. And also, Papu wants to exchange ideas and scientific information between psychologists, psychological organizations, and university departments in various Africa countries through research, publication, communication, and meeting. And Papu also wants to facilitate cooperation between scientists and practitioners working in psychology across Africa. And also, Papu wants to foster excellence in standards of education, training, research, and the application of psychology in Africa. And also, PAP wants to enable the development of psychology organizations and universities through activities that capacitate the development of psychology in our countries. And we believe we can only realize all these objectives by involving our future fellow psychologists, starting the discussion now, starting the discussion today. So thank you so much, the organizing committee, for having this discussion. We really believe that we're going to have an impactful discussion here so that we'll start the discussion, the collaboration here, but we'll continue doing so. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for inviting us to be here. And I hope you'll have a fruitful discussion. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Enoch, for that wonderful opening address. Thank you. Okay, I would like to call on the President, Nigerian Psychological Association, who will be giving us the address and open declaration. I'll be calling on Professor Afolabi Olukayode. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
The elders in our profession of psychology in Africa, let me start by recognizing our very dear father, Professor Sats Cooper. I want to welcome you again and again to Nigeria. You know, you are already a Nigerian. Nobody can argue that. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Eva Thompson for coming all the way from the country. Also, my very dear brother, when they asked that those from Ghana should stand, some persons were surprised that I stood up. They didn't know that I was actually born in Ghana. So, but I'm a Ghanaian. Also, the Secretary General of Dr. Murekote, I appreciate your coming. Then my lecturer, the woman who taught me all the way from 200 level down to master PhD. That's the one they call Mama Psychology. Professor Ellen Oshinowo. Mama, you are welcome. May God continue to keep you. The immediate past president of Nigerian Psychological Association. You are also welcome. Just like I'm using the opportunity to welcome my dear brothers from Ethiopia, from Tanzania, Angola, and other African countries. So let me quickly give the brief opening remark. On behalf of the TV members of the Nigerian Psychological Association, I warmly welcome you to Nigeria. Recall that in November 2025, the PAPU president, Professor Andrew Zamani, was sworn in as the president of PAPU and the first Nigerian to occupy that position. At the same time, I was elected into the board of the Pan-African Psychological Union. I'm using this opportunity to render my sincere appreciation to Prof. Sats Cooper for his support for Professor Zamani and myself for the opportunity to serve. Same appreciation goes to all African leaders of psychology for their support for Nigeria to make this possible. Please, let's put our hands together for Prof. As we gather here as African psychologists, it is my utmost desire that we will use a few days to discuss as a family. African nations as a continent is faced with a lot of challenges ranging from insecurity, underdevelopment, infrastructural challenges, poverty brought about by corrupt government in many of the African nations, and low standard of education as revealed by World Times ranking. All this place a lot of pressure on mental health of the populace. Despite this, however, God has given us the ability to sit down together and discuss the way forward. Your coming to Nigeria provides that opportunity to sit together, discuss like a family, and make for far-reaching decisions that will help us to progress as a continent. I want to use this opportunity to also solicit for unity among all of us. It is only in the ambient of unity that collaboration can be effective and progress can be accelerated. African psychology is growing, and with togetherness, our voices will be heard in the Committee of Nations. Once again, I welcome you to the beautiful nation of Nigeria, especially for this coming to the country for the first time. Nigeria is a country of over 237.5 million estimated population spread across 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The Federal Capital Territory, where you are currently, it is the capital of the nation and the seat of power. Lagos is the commercial headquarters with close to 20 million population and reputed to be one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world. We hope to host another PAPU event in Lagos in the near future. Let's put our hands together again. Kindly use this opportunity to know more about us, bind with delegates from other nations, and make your contributions to the growth of psychology in Africa and the world over. So on this note, I declare this Education Summit of PAPU open.
A big round of applause, please. Thank you, Professor, for such a wonderful speech. Allow me now, without wasting time, to welcome the Secretary General of PAPU, my brother Monde Conte. Please come in front. A big round of applause. Yes, tell us, as we know that we are in this first day where we have the student summit agendas. Please, can you speak to them at least so that they may understand a little bit of about PAPU? Karibu. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. All distinguished guests, I think I want to take this opportunity first to thank my host, partner, and president, starting with Professor Afolabi. He's the one who says if this thing doesn't go, it doesn't go. And NPA won't support, everybody leave, we all leave. But he's granted us that support as well as his organizing team. Again, I want to also greet everybody. I'm honored that PAPU and NPA have managed to bring such distinguished guests and professors and eminentaries in our field of psychology. We are also delighted that Dr. Eva Thompson is here. Equally delighted that Professor Cooper is able to join us today. I couldn't be also happier to see that my president-elect from neighbor next door is here. But the importance of highlighting all these people to our up-and-coming students is that this is the fertile ground that which your roots should grow from. PAPU's anchor is that the science of psychology should begin to spread, to speak to Africans in the field of psychology through the voice of Africans that have cultivated the land that is here. There is perhaps no other country in this continent than Nigeria that has people that had burned with the fire to understand its own and serve its own through this science of psychology. And it is in this regard that we want to say to you, as PAPU, as the African continent, that all the books and all the service you've had to psychology will not be worth it if you hold on to them only in your libraries and not share them with our students. Not the students in Nigeria, not the students in the federal capital, but the students throughout the continent. The narrative of psychology needs to change to be able to cater to those who need it the way they need it in our continent. We see the scourge of war, we see the inequalities, we see the changes in the way we perceive ourselves and the languages that we use. We see how dominant other cultures that have been imported from other parts of the world are becoming in our continent, much to the demise of how we think. But the presence of our to say your voice shouldn't be getting lower in volume, it should be getting higher. So that when you begin to scream and say, this is how our students should be challenged, they can hear you based on the history and the track record that you have in this profession. PAPU is delighted to have partnered with the NPA as its member nation to bring the Student Summit to fruition. One of the critical things that is important to understand about PAPU is that the member association speaks for you, energizes PAPU to say, when you go and meet with our colleagues outside the continent, this is the voice of NPA, this is the voice of the membership of NPA, this is the voice of the student membership of NPA. To this end, it is important to understand that your membership into PAPU as student members is championed by NPA. And in this regard, it is important to understand that you need to be a member of NPA for you to be a member of PAPU. You cannot speak solely as a voice for yourself in the corner in Kanu or Lagos or Abuja or anywhere without other members having to hear you locally. An association such as NPA allows for consensus building. It allows for us to understand it ourselves within the context of Nigeria, such that when they come and say, this is our voice, Africa, we understand that this is the voice of not a few in Nigeria, but the representative majority of our student membership, our professional membership, our academic membership, as well as from different universities, organizations in private as well. We encourage that students should become members, says that we've had a nominal fee, I think it's $10 for membership into, that will make the organization be visible to PAPU. The organization, NPA pays a higher fee, by the way, but we want to make sure that you are also aware that if NPA struggles at PAPU, is because you're struggling to also support it. And your voice should start from there and say, NPA, we want to be able to see you become stronger. We are delighted at the wide breadth of presence of students here, as well as online, that are able to continue to contribute to the advancement of psychology. We want to equally challenge you to not just take what is said to you from a lovely podium as this, to not just take what is said to you from our classrooms, but to challenge it. Get anchored in evidence finding. The truth that exists in our communities is that we are fantastic psychologists to the media, to the books that we write, to the outside world, but we are not in touch with our living communities. We need to become more responsible, and that responsibility comes from you, students, challenging the professional bodies, the established, distinguished eminentaries here, to say, how can our science be more valued in the areas that we live in with the people? Lastly, just now, chuckling to myself when President Afolabi was mentioning the population of Nigeria. And I reflected on my own population in Botswana. We're happily 2 million people, the whole country. I know that's probably not even anywhere near what Abuja has. But part of the importance of me mentioning this is that with the number of people that we have, we still don't get as much history from the rest of our continent partners shared with us. And I want to challenge you and say, we could probably have a psychologist for everyone in our country that is coming from Nigeria if we wanted. But it takes Nigerians to also be open to sharing their wisdom with the rest of our country. To be able to come up and say, this is how we dealt with our challenges. And so, students, the world isn't closed. It's only us that become closed in if we think this is only the people that we serve. Botswana, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, you name all the countries out there in our continent are eagerly waiting to share the wisdom that you would have got from our elders here. And so please receive this as a challenge to you to say, don't keep your knowledge to yourself. African psychology requires energized African students to be able to engage with other African students and other African bodies and other Africans to say, this is our challenge and this is how we can overcome it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Papu is delighted to be here and we're thankful for the warm hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation you just did. Okay, we have the presence of Professor Ernest Onishi from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's the chairman, the scientific committee of the conference. So please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. We also have Professor Deborah Adewuyi from Lagos State University. You're welcome, Ma. Okay, thank you very much. So we will be having a syndicate group work now. We'll be having the staff-student relationship. We're talking about the staff-student relationship, research and capacity development, the teaching and learning styles. We'll also talk about the educational resource assessment, practicum and internship supervision, and we will also be discussing about the challenges on innovation and creativity. So we'll be breaking into these sections, and after that, we'll have our group presentation. I also want to announce that we have our restrooms at the back of the hall on the right side. So if you want to make use of it, the ushers can direct you. Thank you very much. I'll be calling on Ditto to continue from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, now, as my sister mentioned, this is a group activity. Now, in a very special way, before we continue to this activity, or before we continue this session, I would like now to ask, how many students do we have in here? Can you rise up, please? Students from different associations. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A big round of applause to them, please. A big round of applause. Now, don't sit. Come on, don't sit. Just stand up. Don't sit. You think maybe we we forgot you, but that was not the issue. We didn't. We recognize your presence, and actually, we wanted to do this at the end because my brother Conte, Monte Conte, has said it all. I think now you have known some few things about TAP. That's right. Thank you very much. Now we are going for the session that has been mentioned, and then you are the key players. You are the key players in this. As we have lecturers in here, we have our senior psychologists in here, we have mental health practitioners in here. They will be listening from you on what are the challenges in the mentioned almost seven areas that maybe I should also repeat so that you may note down before we break. I want you to break in this in groups, and then we'll do this task. First of all, let me call you up front here. Just come this way. Come up front. Come up front. We need to do something here. So please, lecturers, seniors who are here, please bear with us. These are our students, you students. I need to do something very beautiful for them, not for you. Please bear with us. Students, come up front. Come up front. Come, please. Are you guys happy? Really? Are you guys happy? Just be random. Don't make a line, eh? Just be random. It's okay. Just come up front, please. Yes, come up front. My sister Ogochugu, please come. So come. If you're a student, just come. Feel free to come here. Okay. So do a favor for me. The undergraduate be on my left, postgraduate be on my right. Yes. Postgraduate and undergraduate. Yes. Oh, thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now, members, I need you to concentrate on this now. I need you to concentrate on this, what you're going to do. So, the first thing I'll ask you is to listen on the areas that we're going to discuss on. Are we together? Okay, are we together? Just listen. You can note them down, and then when we're going to break in the groups, we'll know which group will discuss a word part. Number one. Number one.
We have the staff-student relationship.
What are the challenges? What are the issues in relationship among staff and students? Number two.
We have the teaching and learning styles.
The teaching and learning styles. What are the challenges? What are the issues? And so forth. Number three.
Number three, we'll be looking at the research capacity development.
Research and capacity development. What are the issues? I know you know better about this part.
Number four,
Yes.
we're looking at educational resource assessments.
Are the resources available? We need you to discuss what are the issues. We need our lecturers to know clearly. Actually, you're supposed to discuss it in depth so that we may also come up with things that are tangible that should be addressed.
Number 5, we're looking at practicum and internship supervision.
The internship supervisions are you provided by psychologists or by other professionals? You have a professor from IT, you can imagine, and you are talking of psychology. Next.
Number 5, we're looking at the challenges on innovation and creativity.
Is there issues, is there a platform that you're allowed to innovate, to come up with new things, in your career? These are issues we're going to discuss. Next, last one.
Then we'll be back for the group presentation.
Okay, thank you. We have noted them all. There are 7, right? 7 areas. 6. Left one. There's 6. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. So now do this for me. Oh, now you have gadgets on your hands, eh? Can you just put it down? Just put it down. Anything. You have a phone, you have something on your hand. Just put it in your pocket if it can fit in your pocket. Or not, you can just put it down. I need us to hold our hands. I need us to hold our hands. Put our hands together. If it's okay with you to hold hands, you can do that. Yes, you can. Now we can just spread. Yes, you can just spread and be in a line, be in a single line or 2 lanes. Now this is going to be beautiful because you're going to do it together. Hold your hands. Hold your hands. Make sure you hold someone's hand. You hold someone's hand. Okay. Okay. Now listen to me. I need you to do me a favor. I need you, without breaking the chain, I need you to raise your left hand up high without breaking the chain. Without breaking the chain. Your left hands, only the left hand should be high without breaking the chain. Come on, I'm asking you to raise only left hand. Yes. Without breaking the chain. Without breaking the chain. Without breaking the chain. I can see the right hand's high. What is happening? So this is what is going to happen when you are going to discuss. Remember, when we are connected, our left hand and right hand will be raised high together. Are we together? As psychologists, can you go and do it? As mental health practitioners who are coming on the platform, can you go and do it? Are we together? So we're going to break for 20 minutes, but this is how we're going to do it. So we'll count 1 to 6, 1 to 6, 1 to 6 up to the end. I think the number is, yes, please, 1 to 6. So you can just count. Yes. Shout loud. Count. Say loud so that 1. 1. 5.
Yes.
5. 6. 1. Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many groups? 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, thank you. Okay, all number ones at that end there. All number ones. Well, let's go there. Number 2s at the back. Number 3s at the back, the second row. Number 4s at the back on the third row. Number 5 at the back on the fourth row. Number 6 here at the front. At the front, number 6 here. Number 6 here.
Yes.
Hopefully, we have the. Now I'm going to spread. I'm going to divide you in these areas. So number one, you take the number one. Number two, take the number two. Number three, take the number three. Number four, take the number four, and number five, and number six. Are we together? Are we together? With that systematic arrangement, we'll go with that. Thank you very much. Have a great time as we're going to discuss. And then after discussion, please just choose leaders who are going to present after the discussion. We'll have maybe a secretary or chairman who is going to, to present after. And then we'll have maybe some questions and answers after discussion. That will be beautiful. And soon I'm going to tell you what is you will take on after this. Probably will come shortly. Studio backup music, please, as we're preparing for some other things to the members who are here. Studio backup music. Thank you very much. Take your time, 20 minutes. Okay. Okay, before I quit, let me allow me to direct you on the logistic of this place. We have ushers. Ushers, please, may you wave wherever you are. Members, we have ushers who will be assisting us in different things. But also we have the restrooms behind on my right. We have the restrooms behind on my right. There are steps going down. Please, whenever you need to ease yourself, please, you can just use the door at the behind on my right, and then you'll be safe around there. The rest of the team members, we can have a break as we are waiting for the student to finalize with their discussion, and then we'll come back here after 20 minutes. Or else, we'll know what is going on, Prof. Okay, thank you. I remember we have people who are following us online. Please, people online, if you can look on the areas that we have mentioned, you can also try to explore and maybe try to raise up questions and everything that we may also try to bring them up here. The elders, professors, lecturers who are here, you can feel free to join any group now so that we may be with our student. And student, don't hesitate to discuss. Elders, lecturers, professors who are here, let's feel free to join any group and members who are here. For the next coming 20 minutes, we'll be having that. Feel free to join any group, number 1 to number 6, with the different discussions which are taking place here. Thank you very much. Enjoy the moment. Yes, we can move between. Yes, please. And please, if you're comfortable, you can keep on moving in between. See what is discussed here and what is discussed there. I think it would be very good for us to do that. Thank you very much. Number 1 to number 6 with a different discussion. Just a low backup music, very low, just to make the place comfortable. Maybe low. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, members, can I pass this to all groups? If you're feeling that your topic is done and you might also tackle other topics maybe in one uh, point, it's okay. I think it will be okay also to get topics. If you're done with your topic, then you can also go to other topics and have maybe one or 2 points. That'll be beautiful. You are allowed to do that. You can also cover all topics if you're okay with that. Thank you very much. Take your time. 5 more minutes given to you. 5 more minutes. Please, the one who owned the car RBC 308BT Reuters Ash, please go and repack. You're requested to go and repack RBC 308 Reuters. Please go and repack your car. Thank you. 5 more minutes. We are closing up. Thank you.
when this one is small. Akwai mutumin da wants to be 100,000 naira. Yes. But she's asking for something.
Okay, so I need us to be familiar with our theme of our conference. So when I say psychology education in Africa, we all shout challenges for cohesion and development. Are we together? Psychology education in Africa. What's that? Did I hear you clearly? Okay. Okay, let's be more loud and let's have more vibe. Okay. Psychology education in Africa. Okay, now help me to do this, eh? You turn to your neighbor. We are starting now. We are starting. Turn to your neighbor, and then what you do, when I say psychology education in Africa, so you turn to your neighbor, you start tapping the left hand, challenges for cohesion right hand, Then, and development, you just do this, and development, you just do the both hands and together. So we'll say challenges for cohesion and development. Are we together? As you're energizing for the day, okay? Okay, psychology education in Africa. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? So, mental health practitioners, are you telling me you are all also clients? No? Okay, once in a while, it's not bad to be a client, eh? It's okay. So, let's repeat. Can you do it? Can you do it, please? Can you do it? We said we'll start with challenges for cohesion and development. Are we together? Development will be the both hands together, okay? Okay, psychology education in Africa. Now, some of us, we are starting challenges for cohesion development with both hands. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. They are camera guys and we are online. So don't convince those guys online that psychologists are also. Please say it, are also. Okay, let's read it again. Psychology education in Africa. Challenges for cohesion and development. Beautiful. A big round of applause. A big round of applause. That will be the move. That will be our theme throughout our meetings this week. Thank you very much. Now, I would like you get seated. Get seated. Now we are going to listen from the presenters. I'll give you, I think, in at most 3 minutes is enough for each presenters. 3 minutes is enough. Let's start with group number 6. Number 6. Please, a big round of applause. Number 6. Come up front. Thank you very much. After this, we are going for the panel discussion whereby our lecturers, our professors will also react on the issues that are raised. Are we together? Thank you very much, Karibu.
Good afternoon, distinguished psychologists, elders. Permit me to more or less fly on our protocols for this summit. Well, I would expect to have been called last. Yes, so I'm still trying to catch my breath. And first there was a setup, and then now a bigger setup. My name is John Simon Enokela. I'm an industrial psychologist in training from Nasarawa State University, Kefi. And I represent Group 6, and our topic is on the challenges of innovation and creativity. And we're privileged to have worked alongside Jibrin and Da from NDA, Edugu Faithful from Nile University, and then Miriam Salihu Suleiman from Bayero University, and Amira Ibrahim Alpha from Bayero University, and very fruitful contributions from Ms. Shinkuma Ando Elizabeth Ugeda. Now, I would like to begin by saying that innovation and creativity have become the wings on which psychology in Africa is flying today. Without creativity, without the innovations that we deploy, it will be quite impossible to achieve whatever goals we may have as psychologists, even at individual and corporate levels. So very straight to the point, we identified key challenges, key areas of challenges in African psychology, but would like to state that they are not all challenges, that we want to just read out. We'd like to acknowledge the fact that we have made significant progress, since the inception of psychology practice in Africa. And well, as a child learning this behavioral science, I would say that part of the innovation that has, brought us to where we are today are the works of the legends, in quote, in psychology, some whom we are privileged to now, meet face to face, and some of them whom we have never seen, we have continually heard about, and it's such, credence to the work that we do here in Africa. Well, first off, the major challenge to innovation and creativity that we identified are resistance to change. First off, we'd like to state that we were taught in the classrooms that the goal of psychologists, as overall, is to bring about change in behavior at the end of our intervention. However, even as psychologists, when we are met with innovative ideas, whether from our students and whether from our teachers, there is always the first reaction, which is resistance to such change. For example, if my lecturer walks in today and says he's not going to write anything on the board, he's not going to even dictate, he would rather just give me an outline and ask me to go read my textbook, I would be very uncomfortable with that method.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you're marching from there, please can you submit your points to Madam Ogochuk? Please, my brother, submit. Okay, number 3, march forward. You're welcome. Number 3. Thank you. A big round of applause, please. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Safina Madlabalarabe, a postgraduate student from Bayer University, representing Group 2 on the topic Research and Capacity Development. We all know capacity, the word that is almost circulating everywhere nowadays. When we said capacity development, it involved the process whereby an individual or institution is going to improve in order to solve problem, which may involve so many steps. Such steps include the identifying the particular problem, then developing the objective of the problem, then lastly, using the plan, strategic plan in order to execute that activity you wanted. For a research capacity development to take place, there are so many problems that usually affect the student nowadays. For example, the accessibility to resources, the funding, lack of mentorship, the ethical principles, and poor research infrastructure. And lastly, the solution to such problems include developing workshops, reminding students on the do and want of the research, among others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can you have can you join our hands together? Yes, please. Thank you very much. Number 5. You're welcome. Three minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amira Salawi. I'm an undergraduate student of Nile University, and I will be representing Group 5. Our topic is practicum and internship supervision. So, I'm sure we're all aware what practicum and internship supervision means, but for clarity's sake, I will explain. This is the practical aspect of the theoretical things we've learned in the classroom, basically the work experience, and we will be addressing issues in internship programs for psychology students gaining experience. So, our first point was, what is the standard of supervision? Is there a standard of supervision? Is it a uniform standard around all organizations? For example, if you're doing an internship in clinical psychology, is there a set expectation of a clinical psychology intern across different organizations? And what exactly is expected of a clinical psychology intern? Another point that we came up with was addressing the issue of lack of a widespread of psychology internships in other fields besides just clinical. There are other fields in psychology besides clinical, as we're aware, and there are organizations that do practice these fields. But when it comes to internships, it's difficult to find organizations that hire interns in these other fields. There's also the issue of mentorship in internship programs. It would be helpful for psychology interns, for interns to have a mentor, someone that they have a direct relationship with during their internship, that they can meet for guidance and advice, and also to ask questions and all of that. There's also underestimating of undergraduate interns. Usually undergraduate interns are not allowed certain responsibilities, or sometimes they don't even get to do anything at all during their internships, which limits how much experience they should have gained from the program because they they are underestimated during the period. They are not The employers do not really believe that they can do anything and do not want to risk letting them have certain responsibilities. So this underestimation makes it difficult.
Presenting, right? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Ayodele Deborah. I'm from Nile University, and we in group 2 spoke about teaching and learning styles. So some of the issues raised within our group, while acknowledging the good things both the association and our institutions do to us, we did notice that there is a lack of manpower, specifically with practical knowledge. A lot of our lecturers that currently teach us, most of them don't have in-person knowledge and often tell us theoretical things. So it would be better if we have like a lecturer who has real experience and can tell us what they have experienced while being actively in the field. Also, there's lack of progressive practical sessions. We feel like from the 100 level to 400 level, we should continue to have practical experiences and real life experiences that directly correlate to what we are being currently taught so that we can also put our theoretical knowledge from class into real life experiences. Also, a lack of uniform information dissemination. Like, for example, this conference is very impactful for students, but there's not a uniform way that we're all let know or all informed where we could easily know about these things. Well, also institutions can easily give their concerns and problems to the association so that they can be adequately addressed. And also, we've noticed that there was a lack of funding and compulsory capacity development. A lot of lecturers and their capacity didn't continue improved on, so they are usually stuck in the past in more analog ways. We feel like they should continue to improve and progress themselves. Should talk on the many points.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Simbiat Falorenshaw, an MSc student at UNSUK, Nasarawa State University, Kefi. And we're in group 2. And amazingly, the topic we're given is one of serious importance, teaching and learning styles. We understand that this is how people understand, retain, and apply knowledge. So in my group, she has raised some points already, so I'm going to be contributing to what she said. Okay, so the one thing that I noted down is understaffing by some institutions. So she mentioned, and some other people mentioned, that in their institutions, there are understaffed, like the lecturers are not enough. So we're talking about maybe 200 students as against 3 lecturers. That's really, really low. And of course, burnout is inevitable at the end of the day. So we also have insufficient practical training. From what I understand in psychology is that it is more hands-on than it is theoretical. Of course, the theories are important, but it is hands-on. But the practical skills are insufficient. And I feel like some of our institutions also lack the facility to teach practicum. So at the end of the day, most of the trainings are theoretical. So how do we go out and intervene in other people's lives when we don't have the practical skills? Okay, the next point here is lack of mentorship. Now, this is really deep, but I'm going to touch on a few part of it. So when you get into the field, you're supposed to be able to understand that these are the levels to go. When you're about to write JAM and maybe you want to study law or you want to do accounting, you know the course combinations you need to have and you need to write in the exams to be able to enter into such course. But for psychology, I feel like there's a gap. So we're not able to know that, okay, when we come in, this is what we need to do. And that lack of training, practical skills again, from 100 level. Now, I didn't do psychology from undergraduate. I had to do my PhD to switch. But the gap is so wide that even we that switch, we're feeling that gap. I mean, we're feeling it. Even people who did undergraduates are still feeling the gap. The practical skills is not there. The progression is not there at the end of the day. So mentorship, we need this one-on-one. Our lecturers need to be able to hold our hands and tell us that this is how it is being done. These are the processes. These are the things you need to do. I'm grateful to have been part of the NACP conference recently, which happened last week. And I learned a lot. I really did learn a lot. I met people, I connected with people, and it was the first time for me, and it was an eye-opener. So I feel a lot of these things need to be incorporated more into our institutions. Then we need more collaborations with institutions that teach psychology. Now we're talking about the association and these universities or institutions rather. So there need to be more collaboration and partnership to also be able to, uniformly disseminate information, just as my colleague said already. In her school, she wasn't told. I mean, they were not uniformly told that you're supposed to be at a conference for psychologists. So they found out on their own and they found a way to be here on their own. Another point is that there is lack of psychological units for practical training. I've said that already. There's lack of, okay, we also noticed a situation where some of our lecturers are lagging behind digitally wise or technologically wise. So we want a situation where, okay, somebody cited an example, so I'm going to say it. So she said she has 2 lecturers who are supervising her, yeah? And one of the lecturer is tech savvy, and the other one isn't. He's more kind of analogous in a way. So she has to satisfy this person digitally, and she has to still satisfy the other person, manually. You understand? So it's a problem. So, and now the world, in fact, the entire world is tending towards everybody's using technology. It's now more digital than it used to be. So now I feel like it's something that we need to do. Our lecturers need to be able to help us out with to make learning easy for us. And the last point is the lack of structure in the career progress in psychology in Nigeria. So there needs to be synergy, partnership, and collaboration, like I said. So I round up on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. The last is number 4. You're welcome. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on already existing protocols. My name is Kala Pogunina Neka. I am a psychology student in my 3rd year at Now University, and I am the representative of Group 4. And our topic was educational resource assessment. So before I begin, I'm going to give a very brief definition of what our group coined as educational resource assessments, particularly in the field of psychology. So it refers to the systematic evaluation in which items such as tools, materials, and methods are utilized to teach and impact psychological knowledge on students in the field of psychology. Its main goal is to determine their effectiveness, accessibility, relevance, and alignment with the curriculum objectives and the psychological learning outcome. So we outlined 3 key challenges, particularly in the educational resource assessment topic. The first one was inadequacy of assessment tools. This basically entails the fact that most of the already standardized testing tools are leaned towards a more Western audience. This means that when they are tested on an individual that is African, such as myself, they may have a different interpretation compared to who the test result was based upon, which was a white man. So in that line, it results in biased interpretations, inaccurate measurements, and unreliable diagnosis, because you have to factor in that these tests do not take in our cultural beliefs, our norms, our values, and religious systems that are already put in place. So it would be dangerous to say that what the Western context is would also be applied to us here. My second key challenge was a lack of professional personnel. More oftentimes than not in our institutions, human personnel within the educational resource assessment are more oftentimes are not underqualified for the roles they are being put in. For instance, in most schools or in most universities, you rarely ever see a properly certified psychologist. You mostly see therapists or guidance counselors. And this is not to dismiss those parties, but I believe these institutions should at least have one professionally trained psychologist in their institutions for that balance, because once you leave some of these particular tests to just a guidance counselor or a therapist, there's room for misinterpretation, pardon me, and it can undermine the credibility of the assessment of the individual that is being assessed. And then finally, there's a lack of provided institutions for psychological testing and experimentation. For instance, most universities, I've managed to speak to some students here in my group and outside of my group. Most of them can testify that most of their universities lack a proper psychological lab for proper testing. And even the ones that do have a psychological lab, it is quite frankly very poorly underfunded and poorly staffed, like it's poorly stocked. It's just overall much of a nuisance essentially, and it makes data interpretation and experimentation more difficult because there's room for misinterpretation of data, your test results. Imagine you're doing your final project and you need a proper psychological lab. Data you've been working on for weeks, all of a sudden you just realize that the data is inaccurate. You have to redo your whole project all over again. It becomes very stressful. So we also developed three key recommendations. These are the localization and cultural adaptation of testing tools. This means that for these already Western testing tools, we should introduce the African cultural belief, values, systems, norms, and overall just functions so that they'd be more leaned towards us as African individuals, so that diagnosis and representation would be more accurate instead of just relying on data from the Western context. Another one, increased funding. We say this, multiple groups have mentioned funding already, but funding is necessary for there to be better equipped labs, better equipped textbooks, questionnaires, observation rooms, and such and such. And finally, professional training and capacity building is very necessary because when we push out more trained and more professional individuals in the field of psychology, we are eliminating biases, we're eliminating ignorance, and eliminating misrepresentation in this field, because when there are more trained professionals, when there are more psychologists from any field, from any dimension, wherever, there is less lack of representation in these fields, and it allows for us to move forward both in the Nigerian Psychological Association and the Pan-African Psychological Union. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. Can you join up our hands for all presenters, please? Oguchuku, please, can you be with this mic? I can see some of us, we are dozing. Shall we all raise, please? Can you stand up? Some of us, we are dozing. I don't want you to doze. I don't want you to get tired that much. Can you raise it? I know we have been having a lot, especially the organizing committee. You have been having a lot, and you might a little bit feel tired. For those who are able to stand up, can you stand up? Can you stand up? Just stand up. Just stand up. We'll just do something quickly and then we move on. If we are okay, we can hold our hands like this. Where you stand up, it's okay. And just hold our hands. Join our hands together, like yes. Can join. Yes. So you can just come closer. If you want to feel it, you can just come closer. Yes. I know mental health practitioners, psychologists are good people. Yes. You can join hands. So when I know you all know your right and your left, right? So when I say move right, we move right together. Move left, we move left together. Are we together? Are we okay with that? So I'll say move, you just move, but I'll say jump. Jump left, you go left, all of us. But don't jump, you just move, eh? When I say right, you go right. And don't break the chain. Okay. Are we ready? We're just energizing for the next session. Okay. When I say jump, you just move. Don't jump, eh? Don't jump. I understand we have old people here. Okay. Jump left. Just move. Just one step. Just a single step. Like, yes. Jump left. Jump right. Jump right. Hey. Why some of us are going this way? Yeah? Okay. Jump left. Jump right. Left. Left. Right. Right. Forward. Behind. Okay. So beautiful. Beautiful. Now we are going to give a hand of applause after this. So when I say left, you go right. When I say right, you go left. When I say front, you go the opposite of what I'm saying. Are we together? Now we are going to energize now, okay? Okay. Jump left. Okay. So when I say left, you go right, okay? When I say right, you go left. But now say what I say, but do the opposite of what I say. So when I say go jump left, you say jump left and then you go right, okay? You say with me, but you do the opposite. Now this is the measurement of our psyche, of our mind. Okay, you say with me, but do the opposite, okay? You say jump left, while you go right. Jump right. Mr. President, after this session, you are my client. Okay, jump left. Jump right. Jump right. Jump left. Jump left. Jump left. Jump up. Beautiful. Let's close our hand together, Beautiful. Now I think the dosing now is gone, eh? The sleep now is gone. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I don't want you guys to get bored. I don't want you guys to get bored. I need to be all of us on platform. So before we have the reaction and the feedback from the our Professor Collins, please may I first welcome, if there is any three who can, if you have anything to say or any feedback, please. Only three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, 4. Okay, we'll start with Professor Farabi. Please come. Can you have the mic? Can you just take the mic to Prof? Okay, 1 minute, just something, and then Prof Collins will come and sum up this, as also we are preparing to go for the panel discussion. Is also going to be the chairperson of that session. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you so much for that beautiful presentations. Yes, I just want to speak concerning the issue of internship. Yes, I love the way this issue was presented. What they have said is the actual truth. Nothing but the truth. If you, before now, in my own institution, 300 levels second semester, our students go on internship for the whole semester, including the break. So they will be there for about 6 months. That was how our curriculum was designed, and it was going on fine. And by the time, I'm not sure Dr. Okonkwo is here now, some of our students went to LASUT. By the time they came back, they were teaching us so many things that we do not know. So which means that process is, had impact on our students. But when NUC came with this funny curriculum, I call it funny because we were not informed, we were not involved in the curriculum development for psychology, and we have an association. So they just came up with, this is the curriculum for psychology. We went there. Mama Oshinowo is here. President Papu is here. We went there. We protested that it shouldn't be. But it is done already, and they cannot single out psychology to say, no, okay, let's give them that opportunity to review. And I'm also aware many other professional bodies also went there and protested. Because that time at LASU, we already set up a committee chairman by Professor Ige to look at our curriculum with a view to see how this issue of internship can be taken seriously by all our academic departments. But before they submitted their report, NUC has come up with that thing. So it's a very serious matter. And when we went there, what they promised that this one is just for a few number of years, that after 5 years or so, we can then come up with a review. Then on the issue of our skills, our instruments, yes, it is also true that we need to domesticate some of these instruments. For example, let me give you an example of an item that when somebody is talking to you and you are looking at him directly, the interpretation is that you are what? You are no, by the white's interpretation, that you are confident. But in Africa, if an elderly man or woman is talking to you and you are looking at him, it means you are rude. It means you are rude. You don't look at an elder when he's talking to you. So if you now use such skill to assess an African, it means your interpretation will be wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Can you try to use only 1 minute, please? Because Professor Collins will come with the panel discussion, then they're going to sum up. Please, the mic at the back. Oh yeah, there's a hand there before. Okay, please. We'll come to all, don't worry. Just 1 minute, and then we'll have more from the panel discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, the moderator. And I want to thank the student, the entire CIS group.
Excuse me, Prof, excuse me. Because we have coverage and we have people online, please, can you go at the pulpit, please? We have people online, so for the sake of them, please, we can just march forward. As she's finalizing, please, the second person, you should come also at the pulpit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the moderator. And I want to appreciate the student for their summit. It's a kind of feedback to all of us. But I'm coming from angle. Psychology is a practical experience, what you experience every day, but you may not know. In the class, it has to be practical. There is theory apart, practical apart. In some institution, we have our labs, different labs. That is where it can help us to put into practice as we teach. We do internal practicum in teaching. And institutions differ. I'm from Lagos State University, and that is why we have some of us. It is true there are some lecturers, they don't do in-service psychoeducation training for themselves. But we have some, they don't joke with it, periodic teaching, periodic learning, periodic training, so as to impart the practical aspect of teaching in the classroom. So I want to agree with them. Institution where you don't have psychotherapy, you have those who have been trained, like a CBT trained, or yes, then you put it into practice in your institution. You encourage your university to establish psychotherapy center or psychology services center where the students, as they are learning, they are practicing. Because if you don't practice, there's no way. If you don't treat yourself, you can't treat others. We pass through so many life challenges. And if you don't know how to treat yourself, you can't treat others. I normally tell people, you come with some kind of psychological problem to psychology department, you should not graduate with that problem. You should treat that problem so that you'll be able to treat others. So I want to say that your findings is correct. And in mentoring, mentorship, I think under the leadership of Professor Zamani, when he was the president, we started this, and it has to continue. So what you have said, we are hearing, we are listening, we will do more and address it so that we be on the right practical stage to affect the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Next, please, a big round of applause. Thank you, Prof. Just be brief so that we may have more time with the panel discussion with Professor Collins. Thank you. The next peer, the next also should come up front, please. The lady at the back, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. I acknowledge all the dignitaries. I just want to make this gathering that we are here for a mission. This mission is to fight for our survival and then the future of our students. When I received the invitation of this conference, we decided that we should attend this conference so that we make our case to this important group. For collaboration, psychologists from wherever angle you are, whether in industries, organization, clinical, education, we are all driving our practice from some same sources. So what is most disturbing in Nigeria today is a policy issue. Thank God, Prof have started raising it, that government and then the supervisory agency of our universities did not recognize psychology in our curriculum. That is the major policy issue that we need to fight this for our survival. Of course, after the introduction of the CCMAS, the so-called psychoscience curriculum, which currently is implementation in all our higher institutions, the university, psychology is nowhere to be found. And then, yes, it's a policy issue. We had a discussion with Nigerian Academy of Education. We had a discussion with other sister associations. And then this gathering should collaborate with other sister associations so that we make our case to the supervisory agency, the NUC, make our case to the federal federal Ministry of Education so that we fight for our survival. That is my take. For now, when you check the CCMS, there is no psychology. And then it's a very threatening issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause. Yes, please. Next. Just a single minute and then we go for the big deal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damain Comfort from University of Jos, an MSc student in clinical psychology. So permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Okay, I would love to contribute towards group 1, which is the group I also contributed, about the need for a program where students coming in the elementary level, from starting from 100 level, there should be a program that teach students about the different fields of psychology. So when they have this training, they get to understand that there are different fields of psychology, because most comes in with the thoughts of, if you study psychology, you just go to the ministry, to the military, or the law enforcement agency, or just to the clinic. Most students don't know that there are other fields of psychology, like the child psychology and other fields of psychology. So I would love if there are a synergy where students are actually trained on the different fields of psychology. That will create a roadmap to which they will get to understand, okay, this is their niche, this is an area they've identified, and they will start working and developing themselves towards that. Again, if that program is incorporated, it will also help them to identify a mentor in the field they have interest in. When they identify a mentor, it will help them grow in the career path. And about internship and synergy, there's this need to also incorporate a straight line curriculum, because I understand that there are institutions that actually send their students, most especially the undergraduate students, to go for practicum and internship while on training in the undergraduate level. But in some institutions, you don't get to go for internship and practicum until you are at the MSc level. I think there's need for a synergy. If students are supposed to go for internship in the undergraduate level, let it be across both all the universities. If it is strictly when you are in the MSc level, it should be taking note of that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. I think you're the last, please. Karib. You're welcome. Is the last among the people who are going to speak on the match. Thank you, Karib.
Of course, I'm not the least, right?
Hey, you're not the least.
Okay, thank you.
You're joking.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy that our daddy, the founder, is here, because I will be coming from a different angle, and I would like to shoulder this on the founding father of the association union, from there before I get to the president and then the president-elect. I will come from the top. Sir, the issue of, okay, before I get there, let me contribute to the issues students have raised. Student-supervisor relationship. We, the students, may he so rest in peace, Professor Taming, one of my mentor, used to tell us, he would simply ask you, is your psychology at work? Because you are not supposed to be disappointed, you need to cope with situations. And so if you fail to achieve, it means your psychology is not at work. I am speaking from the perspective of MIPS, Million of Index Personality Index. I have benefited from that. And surprisingly, some few days ago, somebody told me about me, and I will get to that. My mentor, supervisor, is no other person than Professor Zamani in this profession. By divine arrangement, he supervised my MSc in forensic and correctional psychology. He supervised my PhD in forensic and correctional psychology, and he supervised me in my second PhD in security and strategic studies. Why am I saying this? When I was assigned to him as a supervisor, during our time, I don't know about now, but it was through balloting. Professor Nweze would say ballot. So when I picked his name, a person a year ahead of us walked to me in the name of love that I should find a way to change that supervisor, otherwise I will not graduate. This is what happens. We stigmatize people instead of making our psychology to be at work. First of all, I armed myself with the knowledge of Millon Index of Personality Index. It is not about labeling. It's not about disorder. It's about understanding people in their context and relationship. For me, the highest score I had on MIPS was on dominance. If I want something, consciously or unconsciously, I dominate. Now that I'm managing it, it still shows. Somebody told me that if Teso wants something, he will definitely achieve that. And in humility, I didn't see that. From day one to now, Professor Zamani supervised me and he's going to supervise me for life in what we call mentorship. I will not graduate under him. So what am I trying to establish? Always try to psych whoever you are dealing with. Your supervisors, what do they want? My assignment was very simple. What motivates Professor Zamani? What is his thinking and behaving styles? And that I have applied it. And by the time you apply this, the first assignment is for you to go and search for that, because I learned it's very expensive and people like studying it. Most departments in African university, as I speak, I'm not talking about Nigeria, they don't have that instrument. We always mention MMPI, about the foundational instrument that you have because you are relating with people is MIPS. You may wish to quote me on that and also correct me if I'm wrong. So, the issue of confidentiality, someone mentioned it. It all depends on the protocol you have in a facility. And then issue of individual differences, like I have said, personalities and all of that. But you need to work closely with your supervisor to be able to understand what are those issues. Coming to the last point in conclusion. Mr. President, I have this fear. The creator of mankind created man with collaboration in mind, but it's very, very difficult. Our very senior citizen mentioned the issue of collaboration here. I will still pose this question. What is the standard of psychology and psychological services in Africa where you lay the foundation for the union? I've interacted with people recently in Nairobi in Kenya, and I saw things that are a little different and I understood perfectly, because the issue of culture, one of the reasons of establishing universities and programs across the continent is to bring knowledge, and that knowledge comes with cultural humility. So even if we are grounding psychology in our communities and institutions, the way the secretary, the very senior person has made, you mentioned that, I was very happy about it, because to ground it also mattered. But do we integrate those theories right into that? Very sorry, I've taken more than time given to me, but it's very important because the issue of collaboration is still lacking. Coming home, the Nigerian Psychological Association itself, the number of divisions sometimes are a threat to the institution in terms of the way they go about things. I am saying this with fear, but without favor. The reason is, instead of collaborating, we often look at it from the perspective of prepare people, let them so that they will pass and then publish papers to become a professor. That is where everybody is journeying. And the practical phase where a threat is the major challenge. Sir, I am in one of the small security organizations. I've interacted with people in practical settings and then in academics. The people, when they said they are not aware, and there is low awareness and knowledge of psychological services, that is in a context. It is not true. The people that are policymakers are fully aware and they are benefiting from psychological services. The threat is they know the value. And so if you are permitted to do that which you are supposed to do as a psychologist, some hospitals will be shut down. And so there are deliberate attempts at every quarter, every day, to see that we don't progress. So what we need to do is to define collaborative strategies. How do we collaborate? How do we lift our ego and see how we promote collaboration? I am not talking about love. We mustn't love ourselves, but let's come up with these objectives and see, because we have the same theories. It is application that we deviate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Teso. By the virtue of being the last, now you have been for sure the last. Thank you very much. Now we are going now for collective feedback from Professor Collins. And then he will do that as also he joined the panel discussion session, whereby you call upon the Papua National members who will be on the panel discussion. Please, Professor, you're welcome. A big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. As he call upon the panelists, please, you can march forward so that we may not spend a lot of time. Thank you.
Please, let's give a round of applause to our MCs thus far. He keeps requesting for applause to be given to others. We must also clap for them. Before he leaves, I need two young men as mentors. Sorry, as mentees, please.
Two. Quickly, grab the opportunity.
I'm going step by step. Okay, that is fine. Thank you.
Now
So
there are three.
I want you to carry this one here for me. Gently, please put it in the middle here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, I need 5 more. Yes, I'm coming to the women. Don't worry. I need 5 more. Okay. Yes, I have number 4 coming. Yes, number 5. Yes, number 6 coming. 2 more. 2 more. Okay. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more. 2 more. Yes. Is number 7 coming? Good. Yes. 7. 8 now. Please, let's give them a round of applause. Please write this down. Mentorship is mentee driven. Please write it down. I have scanned through some of the feedback from your engagement session. Remember, mentorship is mentee driven. And as a mentee, you need to work along with your mentors. The first work for you, please. I want you to lift this particular 3 seats and bring it here for me. And then you also do the same. Mr. President, I need you to be upstanding, please. I need Mr. President's seat and bring it here also for me. Mr. President. Good. So 4 of you, please. Good. Please turn that way. Be careful, be careful. Okay. It's okay. Please move that way and then you turn it this way. Good. Okay, please, the other way. Good. Thank you. And then I need that one also this way. Okay. Good. Thank you. Yes. Please, let's clap for our mentees.
Sure.
As mentees, we need to work along with our mentors. And that is the first lesson we are learning. Please take your seat and remember when we go for the interlude, I want to meet all 8 of you. And I have an offer for you. Is that okay? Please, let's clap for them. Mr. President, Professor Andrew Zamani, please, I want you to take your seat here. Please. And I would like to also invite Professor Sat Cooper to join us. Prof. Sat Cooper, please join us here. And then also, Professor Fulabi, please join us here. We need you here. Now, Monday, I need you to join me here. Then group 5, can I see those who presented for group 5? Are they here? Group 5 and group 6. I'm talking about the engagement session we did. Group 5, group 6. Are they here? Can I see? They are confused. Please, I need you here. Come and join. I just want a rep. Please come and join here. Good. Yes. It is always good to get the voices of our students as we meet together. My assignment was to give an overarching review of what we have just discussed. Then I have few questions to some of our leaders, policymakers, and also we have our students here. They are here because they share some reflections. And I want them to respond to some of the feedback, some of the directions as it will be given. As I listened, I have 3 things to say. Please write the first one down. 3 things. With the issues raised, which of them do we have control of? That is the first one. So from Cameroon, from Tanzania, from Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, Switzerland, Benin, wherever we have come from, we may have our unique challenges. But please, the question I want you to note, of the issues raised, which of them do we have control over? That's the first question. Number 2, which of these issues don't we have control over? The third and most important, please note it down. How do we, students in training, practitioners, and scholars who are training others, how do we become a resource in the midst of the challenges? That is the third question. Now I pick one of them and we see issues of mentorship, issues of generating knowledge from what we already have. We see issues of feedback and the student-lecturer relationship. We see issues of professional boundaries, practicum issues, challenges associated with it, teaching styles, certifying people before they can practice, policy directions that come from the macro level leadership, maybe from the country, the regulator, and what have you. Testing as part of the training, assessment, which includes testing as part of the training and related challenges. Please look at the 2 questions I gave you. In your mind's eye, as you reflect, which of these do we have control over? Which of these don't we have control over? And the third one, how do we become a resource in the midst of challenges? Professor Satkupa, I want to start with you. Please, can I have the second microphone? Yes, Professor Satkupa. South Africa have tried as far as policy directions, practitioner involvements are concerned, and also taking a bold step. And I know, as at now, as one of their divisions, they have indigenous psychology as a division. How did you do it? On policy front, what can Nigeria, what can Ghana, what can Ethiopia learn from the progress you have made?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, I want to acknowledge that while we are all in the same continent, we unfortunately have the borders that we have. And each of our countries has specific needs. The example of one country cannot be emulated in another. Let's just start with degrees. Some of our countries have 3-year first degrees, others have 4 years. So that's across the continent. The commitment has to be made by the people in leadership that when we are in leadership, we are doing things not for ourselves, it naturally becomes a CV item. But we're doing it for the collective and we're doing it for the population. Unfortunately for many, and particularly now in the recent past, when online engagement has become rife post-COVID, it became the dominant way. The individualism is something that we have to overcome, because it's, and listening to some of it, not all the reports. Psychology is like teaching. It is a calling. If you do not have that calling, you can't be a teacher, you cannot be a psychologist. If you enter the profession to be able to do other things, it's the wrong profession. Having said that, the questions you have asked are important to say there must be a united front. We can disagree behind closed doors, vigorously disagree. And we do that. Even in Papu, we do that. We vigorously raise issues. When we come out of that meeting, we have a resolution on what we should. So in the Psychology Society, it was created from different bodies, just at the dawn of democracy. And we still have very, very strong individual interest areas, I should say. But those become part of what the society promotes. So we've had breakaways by certain groups. But when the policymakers have to deal with anything, they have to come to the National Association. The NPA is that national association. I want to also claim something which I raised last year at your university. And I know there's a need for clinical psychology. However, we must always remember By the time people come to the clinical psychologist, the condition has deteriorated. Prevention is the best cure. I believe that, President-elect. So if you come in to become a clinical psychologist and only deal with those issues at that level, all the prevention in society is not done. It's like the healthcare system. You end up going to see the doctor instead of doing something at the prevention level. So yes, there are particular interests we each represent, and we want to find fulfillment in that. But cooperation, collaboration, as the forensic colleague raised, is paramount. We must agree to disagree, but we must also disagree agreeably. We can't be competing because politicians see the division. And who are we up against? And the last input was what you heard. In all our countries, there are bigger interests playing out than we think we represent. So indigenous issues are important, and some would like to marry certain practices with what is now Western, because we essentially are dealing with Western psychology. We're not dealing with our own understanding of our own condition. The other division that we have is decolonizing psychology. And it's amazing that it's filled with young people, not the older ones, because they've trained and they realize that the training is alien to themselves and what they confront out there. So we need to come to terms with these issues. And again, I repeat, if I am in this calling for self, and there's a phrase they use in one of the cities I grew up in, me, myself, I must be subsumed for the better good of everyone else. Otherwise, you will carry on dealing with symptoms, but you won't be dealing with the cause of those issues. So I believe that every view is important, and you should have interest groups in those areas. But when it comes to national issues amongst psychologists, there can only be one voice, because the politicians will listen to somebody else. They'll take a minority view and reject the majority position because it's divide and rule. It's easier not to deal with psychology because all of us have our own thinking. But if we come together it's almost like a trade union, but without the trade union issues, because you're a profession. And underpinning that is ethical issues, serious ethical issues, and some of the confidentiality, etc., emerged in other contexts. If there isn't that ethical underpinning, and I heard, some places do this in psychology, some places do that. Nigeria is the most populous country. It is and competes with South Africa, with the Congo every now and then for the richest country on the continent. But it's the richest country on the continent in education. Make no mistake about it. The quality of education here is still one of the richest. I'm serious, I'm not saying it because it's objective. But we also have people who have been through different epochs. Now they interface with the current generation in the middle of the third decade of the 21st century. Yes, we listen to those issues. But can you imagine why you've had to do at least a master's to call yourself a psychologist? There's no easy route. Because it takes that amount of time to understand the human condition. So if you think you're going to do what some countries are doing, and it's multinational corporations driving it, it's not our governments driving it. They bring in people from elsewhere to come and do the stuff here in each of our countries, because those countries are controlled by those multinational interests. So in our countries, what happens is we end up doing things for reasons we don't understand. There are rites of passage that have to happen. It does not have to be painful. In fact, our duty as people in leadership should be making it as painless as possible. And that's why you said, Chairperson, mentee driven. It must be painless, but you have to do the work for it. You can't say, like one country youth said to us early last year, so you don't have confidence in us because you trained us. So now you're saying with our first degree, we can't practice. And that was the twist to this, to put it on the leadership, to say, you train us. So that means your training, you
It's
are
not adequate.
undermining your own training.
Yeah.
That is the issue. And I want to stop there because I think it needs to be grounded
Yeah.
in our own understanding of things.
Thank you very much, Seth, Prof. Seth, for sharing these insights with us. Indeed, as the various speakers are going around, I want you to itemize what are some of the things under our control. If we get divided, it is within our control. We have gotten ourselves what? Divided. If we don't have a voice, then the politician will latch on the confusion, delay certain things that must be done. Take the decisions for us because you are not unanimous. Are there some things under our control? We want to look at them. Now I want to switch to our students. Can I have the microphone, please? I want to switch to our students, and as part of some of the things that were mentioned, please mention your name again. Remind us your name.
Okay, my name is Simbiat Natalie Fulon.
And market your university. Which university are you coming from?
Nasarawa State University, Kefi.
Please, I want you to tell me 3 practitioner psychologists outside Nigeria that you know.
Honestly, none.
Please move on to the next person. Same question. 3 practitioner psychologists outside Nigeria that you know.
My name is Amira Salawi from Nile University of Nigeria. I don't think I know any.
Please, next person.
My
3
name is-
practitioner psychologists. You are being trained as an industrial and organizational psychologist.
Yes.
Tell me 3 industrial and organizational psychologists outside Nigeria that you know.
I do not know any.
Please, are these some of the things within our control? Please, what would you say, yes or no? Are they within our control? I marched to one of my classes and I tasked them with an individual assignment. Go have a conversation with a mental health practitioner. It could be a psychologist, it could be a psychiatrist, any mental health practitioner. Interview them. How did they develop interest? What do they do? What they do, how does it contribute in any small way to immediate community and national level? Hey, why this assignment? Where are we going to get them from? But as resilient as I am, and as a pracademic, as a what? I am a pracademic, practitioner academic. I stood my grounds and I challenged my students to do that. I was surprised with the feedback I got. Someone could send an email to a mental health practitioner outside Ghana via email in Canada, in Congo, in Nigeria, and had a Zoom engagement and got to appreciate these practitioners even outside their home countries. And this is a door open to mentorship, a door open to collaboration. Our students did a good job raising the issues, but we are here brainstorming together for a way forward. If we want to look at the problems, we will never make progress. But we want to ask ourselves, what are some of the things within our control? By virtue of the we have a lot of practitioners from different fields here. So with the, I want to ask them the same question by close of tomorrow. All the practitioners who are here, what are their areas of interest? When introductions were being made, I took note of those coming from different countries. Did we all take note of these ones? What are their areas of interest? How do we now begin to connect to these areas? So food for thought and an assignment for you. Now I want to come to you, Honorable Afolabi. In Ghana, just as Satkupa said, we had to use a foot in the door approach. A bait that we put on a trap so that that rat that is disturbing us will be able to what? Trap it. We use a foot in the door approach to get to the heart of the politicians. So yes, we have a council, and the council, we lobbied to have 2 slots, one being a practitioner in industry, which is one of the dominant areas, one being a practitioner within the clinical counseling health field. And these are default members who will be on the regulators body. That is what is done in Ghana. Then number 3, we need another 1 person from training institutions. And usually we will lobby for the one to represent the training institutions to ensure that person is also our member. That is the Ghana Psychological Association. So in principle, we will have how many? 3 on the council. What is the role of the council? To regulate the practice of psychology as well as the teaching, the content, what goes in there. And so that is an influential body. How did we do the foot in the door? Engagement. We won't fight them, but we'll get ourselves in gradually. Using articles. Have a media team commenting on we look at current trends and comment on them from a professional foot in the door approach. I will share one example and then I will ask my question to Honorable Afolabi. In 2021, a lot of senior police officers were dying by suicide in Ghana. When the first suicide case happened, second one, I wrote a letter to the then IGP, Inspector General of Police, that Mr. IGP, what we are noting is a serious matter. We need immediate intervention, and then we plan immediate to short-term and a long-term intervention. I wrote to him, got it to him. I did not get a response. 3 days later, there was another incident of another senior officer dying by suicide. I was there and I got a call. Please, we need you. Police Management Board, all the COPs have gathered. What for? They now were seated in a semicircle waiting for a practitioner influencer to tell them how do they solve this problem. A foot in the door what? Approach. Fast forward, we manage an intervention, immediate one. We plan a short-term one. And with the short-term, it led to the setting up of Wellness and Therapy Directorate of Ghana Police Service. Now it is leading to recruiting psychologists into the what? Police service. It is leading to other auxiliary services such as co-responding to cases. There are some cases you don't just have to make an arrest. You must try to understand the mind, the behavior component that led to that particular crime. Where did we start from? A foot in the door. Professor Afolabi, I want to ask you, It is very easy for us to look at the challenges we have, but I want to find out what pragmatic steps have you already taken or are intending to take to address some of the challenges that can enhance the practicality of psychological practice in Nigeria?
Thank you so much for that beautiful explanation and the question. Yes, as an association in Nigeria, we have gone a long way. We have tried severally, and some of our efforts are already yielding fruits. One, let me say this, but the first challenge we have is in Nigeria, even some professors in the university does not know what psychologists do. You agree with me that at times you are interacting with your colleagues, where by the time you tell them, I'm a psychologist, you say, okay, you are reading my mind. So whatever discussion they are making now, they reduce it. They don't want to talk more. Or at times they will tell you, you are the people dealing with mad men. You see, that is university professors talk less of the people outside. Okay, during COVID-19, when we realized that these things are becoming a difficult situation, NPA wrote to the Ministry of Health that committee set up, they need psychologists to be involved in the solution to the problem. We wrote, for 2 weeks, there was no response. We wrote again until somebody then told us, oh, we can call one person. So we called the person. He now said, what can you do? You see, you people, we don't share money. I said, what are you talking about? We are not saying we want to share any money. Do you people share money there? So reluctantly, during one of their online meetings, we were invited. So others were contributing. Myself and Professor Ezenwa was on that panel. Do not throughout did not allow us to speak. They did not allow us to speak, talk less of contributing. So at the background, we now send message. They are not actually expecting you to say anything. But because you have protested, okay, say whatever you want to say. We make contributions. He said, okay, but after then, they did not invite us again till the end of COVID-19. They did not invite us again. So at the background, I then called the person that linked us. I said, it means it's because of what you earlier said, that whether we are coming to share part of the money. And we told you, no, we are not sharing any money. That is one. I mean, that's the second issue. Then for the Police Service Commission, we also wrote just like the problem you mentioned, the psychological aspect of the service and so on and so forth, and how there were even issues, even those of them carrying guns, just shooting people anyhow, that they need psychological intervention. Even you remember during SARS period when they said the end SARS, they now said, okay, they want to employ psychologists. We wrote to the IG, Nigerian Psychological Association, we are ready to assist. But at the end of the day, we then later got to know that on their own, they just pick some persons who are not even psychologists. Some of them will find out that they were social workers and guidance counselors. So that one was concluded. The last one was the letter we wrote to the IGP, Inspector General of Police. We wrote to him. We also wrote to the chairman of Police Service Commission. Because that time, at Uyo, we invited the late Solomon Arase to our conference. He even delivered a keynote. Right there, he gave me his complimentary card. So I still have his number. So I told him these are the things. I sent him text message. He did not reply. I sent him WhatsApp message on his 2 lines. He did not reply. So there was a day I tried to call him. He busy the calls, thinking that maybe he was busy. Another time I called. He did not pick. But through other means, we were able to reach the IGP. And so there he asked us to see Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of health. So we were there. We had a meeting. Professor Zamani was there. He led us there. So we interacted, and then I said, okay, frequently they will be involving us in their programs. And whenever we have our conference, we can also invite them. But since then, we have not heard anything from them. If you ask, it's because we have not had any issue to discuss. We invited them to Kefi, we invited them to Abakaliki, but they won't come.
Right. So, Professor Fulabi, yes. So you can actually see.
So I have not completed.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, what I see is because we do not have a law that regulates this practice of psychology in Nigeria. During the last dispensation, a bill was introduced to the National Assembly. And after, it involves a lot of, let me not say it, but you understand. And a lot of lobbying here and there, interactions. So it got it passed to the president. And in fact, we had the best connection we could have that time. So he got to the president. Just about a few days to his exit, he denied assent to the bill. And immediately this administration came on board, we reintroduced, in fact, they came on board in May. By June end, we have July, we have reintroduced the bill. So it was moving on fine until it got to a stage. They now said they are not taking bills again. So all the bills passed in the National Assembly was kept in the office of the House leader. So some persons were then encouraged that we can try to link up with him. 5 occasions, he gave us time to see him for discussion. We get there, they'll say he had just left. At times, we will be on our way to the place, say, he did not come today, but they gave us appointment. Until later we realized that all the bills sponsored by the House of Representatives our own bill was sponsored by a member of House of Rep. All those ones were kept somewhere. They did not take them further. So it got to a stage, the members in the House of Rep had to protest that, see, all our bills, you kept them. You did not pass them. What is happening? So it was about then they now promised they were going to do it. And that was just 3 days before they went on recess. So they just came back on recess now. And so I think they have started, and there is one other thing they told us that we call pre-assent.
Yeah.
That one, they will take the bill to the Ministry of Justice and Health. They will look at it, amend it the way the president likes it, and all the fees charged, we have paid. So what we are waiting for is for it to come out, then it goes for concurrence. After concurrence, it goes to the president, and we are hopeful that this time around, the next few weeks, we'll
Things
get
will
the
go
assent.
through.
Yes.
Prof. Alabi, well done for that program. Please, let's clap for him. It is not easy leading people, especially in such a very complex scenarios. And one of the things I will say is we need sustained efforts. We need sustained effort. And this sustained effort will mean that we do not get tired. We do not give up in the midst of these challenges. I have also seen, and I'm sure Prof. Satkupa, you will equally agree with me, sometimes we may write, but we will need the social and political capital, relevant others, to get what we want. And I put this on record. We got 2 members of parliament in Ghana to support decriminalization of suicidal attempt. They sponsored a private members bill, and we got that criminalization expunged from the laws of Ghana in 2024. We got 2 members. So we need strong social capital, strong political capital, people we can leverage on to get some of these things done. And we don't need to get tired. In the Parliament of Ghana, we have been invited as an association to now do an assessment, scale up a psychology unit for Parliament to a psychology department. It shows how a foot in the door approach, gradually not getting tired, and strategically aligning with relevant bodies give you that mileage. So one other thing we could do, let's identify other strategic bodies we could link up with, maybe during our conferences, during our engagement programs and what have you. Are there some agencies we can leverage on? It gives us mileage, free publicity about some of the things that we are doing. These are all things we can do as we continue to push for the law that will regulate the practice and teaching of psychology in Nigeria. And I think by extension, all other countries, we are all at that stage. Some of us are either now having the law, or perhaps we are working toward the law. We are thinking about how to start. Where do we pass to actually get these things done? These are all things that we need to do. While we wait for the law, we must build the structures. Having the law will not do much if you don't have the structures to actually implement the law. So yes, we keep pushing. Let's build our front. Let's build the structures. Let's set ourselves up so that the moment the law comes into force, we already have the structures and we are ready to fly. Now I want to move to you Monday. Monday, we heard about mentorship. We heard about practicum. We heard about how we can continue to change hands and train the next generation of practitioners. Monday, how are we doing when it comes to the bigger picture? You are the Secretary General of PAPU. What are the plans? I know Mr. President here. I have a multi-million-dollar question for him. That is why I'm saving him for now. So what can we do as far as what do you plan doing? Please, let's hear from you. Okay. Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, moderator. Um, I think it's an exciting question that you have for us because one of the things as an organization is we are dreamers. We're big dreamers, but we also our dreams are anchored on how practical it will be to apply this. This is a student summit, and I want to start off first by leveraging on the question you asked our students: which practitioners do they know outside? The union has a flagship program called the Leadership Summit, the Youth Leadership Summit, that we hold it's an annual event that is intended to really get our young practitioners and professionals in training to be exposed to the issues that we experience across the continent. First, it allows them to link with other learners and other professionals that exist outside their jurisdiction. It leverages them to be able to say, but who's your supervisor in that program? Who's the leader in your association? Who's the person who's guiding you in this unique topic of interest of mine in that country or organization? So the encouragement here is go to your association, NPA, go to the student association in your institution to become affiliated with NPA. So that when this leadership summit, the PAPU Leadership Summit comes on board, the NPA says, I have 6, 7, 12 organizations that are based in these institutions that have members that are going to be part of the leadership summit. You get identified. Secondary to that is PAPU has developed or is in the process of actually launching a journal in place where we want to encourage scholarship of our learners. I know a lot of us, distinguished professors and doctors, become the gatekeepers of how to access publications because we want to rise in rank. But it is also true that a statement that our moderator said that mentorship is mentee driven, that you as students need to say, how do I begin to publish my first paper? I have an interest in this area. Open this door for me. PAPU is going to have a vehicle for that. We know that we're experiencing, and this is more towards our distinguished professors and leaders here, that many of our organizations are becoming top heavy. So top heavy that our learners are not able to access us because we go to international conferences, we go to high level meetings with ministers, with doctors, department heads, but the next generation is not able to access leaders at that level yet. And we're not creating a conduit for them to plug in to say, how do I access the office of the federal minister? How do I access the governor's office? How do I access the dean's office? The dean's office in my institution. So our learners, whether they are at undergraduate level, our learners, whether they're at undergraduate level or graduate level, need to be able to be the bridge that fills that gap. So our professors, our senior professors, our deans should be getting plugged into our undergraduate 100 level course, 200 level course, and all of those so that they know the channels to follow. We are not in Nigeria today by mistake. An invitation to collaborate came out. That invitation, before it went out, somebody had to lobby for it within NPA to say, wait a minute, we're a member of an organization, PAPU. We're a member of an organization, the International Union of Psychological Sciences. Why are these people not here so that we can hear their voices? I'm going in this direction to show the importance of having a psychological lobby within our institutions, within our organizations. Your ideas, your thoughts as students don't reach Professor Afolabi if somebody does not take them to Professor Afolabi. You need to begin to have your voice heard and someone else be championed to be the conduit that plugs to the leadership. PAPU, through its summits, through its journals, through its forums, attending conferences, needs you to also step up to say, I'm available to be able to be that conduit, that lobby group from Kanu State, from Ibadan, or from Lagos, wherever, from Ghana, from Botswana, to link into the challenges that we experience as learners. Right. Lastly, I think maybe so that I don't take too much time, is that as students, student bodies, while you are here, and a lot of you will say in your personal capacity, how are the student bodies going on? Yes, there's the issue of resources that exists within our organizations. It will be a perennial thing that happens, but with the energy of saying, as graduate students, we want to make sure that we've got our graduate supervision as a body of graduate students, psychology graduate students. This is the leverage that we're going to say we want that we don't become career students that have been producing proposals after proposals after proposals. We're not graduating. This is how we're going to lobby that we get the right supervisors. Supervisors that have 10, 15, 5 students being under the supervisor, it's too much. And that's why our students take long in programs. But students don't share their voices with those supervisors, and so these are issues that were there.
Thank you very much, Monday, for highlighting some of the plans that PAPU have to be able to support each one of you. Now I'll be coming to you, Mr. President of PAPU. But with what we have discussed so far, please, have you noted the third question I ask you? How do you become a resource in the midst of the what? The challenges. And I'm sure students, you are noting some of the ways you can have alternatives to some of the problems confronting us. I'm here thinking, all of us professors, practitioners, how do we become a resource in the midst of the challenges? Our students are speaking about internships. What can we do without money to support in these directions? Every year, at least I try to have 15 students in training as mentees. I create at least one particular day of 2 hours a month for these students. We structure discussions. I take their feedbacks, give them assignment, their learnings, and I tell them where your psychology thinking and reflection cap. Anything you witness in your respective country, anything you heard in the news, anything you saw, any experience, what is the psychology about it? How would you change it? And this is just 15 students that singularly I do. How many of us are here as practitioner academics? Imagine 15 of such. You are mentoring them so they can also mentor others in the foreseeable future. Can we concentrate on the things under our control? Another example, in teaching sports psychology, I invited the captain of the Blasters of Ghana, Andrew Dede Ayew, to my sports psychology class to come and teach. What is he coming to teach? As a 17-year-old invited to the national team, what were some of the things going through his mind before, during, and after the first match? And we showed that picture. He shared his experiences. psychologists, what approach get to appreciate that young ones who are emerging into their careers experiences challenges, we need adjustment, we need shaping, coaching, and what have you. We are talking about how to practicalize classes to benefit these students. What about identifying those in practice and others who are in these professions so that we can get them to every single course I teach, just a one-off, to share their experiences, some of the challenges they face, and why our areas of interest can be the difference. Another example that I have, Monday talks about we are becoming top heavy. We are becoming inaccessible. Could that be true? Professor Folabi and Professor Zamani, I don't know your case, but in my institution, I had to negotiate with my colleagues. How come I'm an experienced one, you don't want me to teach level 100, level 200, entry-level courses? They say, oh, let the new ones, let the young ones. How would they stabilize? How would they get to reorient themselves, adjust well, and prepare themselves for their career? If I am the experienced one and I can't teach, I don't teach level 100, to show you how I've used psychology in the field of children to help them, in the field of work, community, social, clinical settings, and how that becomes the difference. If the experienced ones are not teaching the entry-level courses, how do we reorient them to the various areas of what? Psychology, to appreciate what we can contribute. It is one thing writing to the various agencies. It is another making your case clear. What solutions we are what? Offering to them. So we need to look at it. If I'm a faculty member, we need to look also at our posturing. The higher we go, the more accessible, the closer we must become to the next generation of thinkers. Once again, we are thinking about how do we become a resource in the midst of the what? Challenges. Professor Zamani, now I'm coming to you, President of PAPU. I ask your three students, who do they know outside Nigeria as part of mentors? And I'm sure you got the answers, isn't it, Prof. Zamani? I am asking this because what can we do so that within Africa, PAPU, given our broader mandate, we will have that free flow of sharing of knowledge. We get connected. What are your plans? What can we do different so that we change this particular narrative? So that within Africa, collaboration will be able to support our practitioners in training.
Thank you. I think I saw this coming, and that is why we're here. You know, going back to my undergraduate experiences, one of the first things that I discovered was that I had some lecturers who would hide their sources from me. Each time they heard my footsteps or they heard my voice in the corridor, they would try to hide some books, try to hide some journals. I just couldn't understand why somebody that I had been entrusted to teach me and to bring me up, you know, would see me as, let me say, a risk. So I made up my mind that I would pursue this line to the top. And one of the things that I chose to do, Dr. Agemang, is to drive my growth process because I was very sure, it was very clear to me that if I expected anyone to grow me, then I would be left in the cold. This is really very, very important for you to learn. And so wherever my lecturers were at meetings, I was there. I was there serving. I was there running errands. I defined myself as an apprentice, and I was ready to suffer. I went to the worst extreme. I was willing to suffer to get to the goal. Now, with that benefit of hindsight, shortly after taking over from Professor Cooper, and I tell you, it wasn't for me, it wasn't an easy thing to say, look, you're going to be the next president after Professor Cooper. He's just a phenomenal leader. Not just, of course, you heard what I said briefly about his bio. And of course, you know that a few minutes from now, there's going to be a special event organized, to honor him. It took me 2 years, to learn under him. For me, it was deliberate. As soon as I was elected president, Professor Cooper was ready to hand over in 3 months. But I said, no, please. This is a new terrain. Prof, just hold on. I'll just be your student. And he kept giving me some assignments. Once in a while, he would call me and he would say, Zamani, what do you think about this? And I'll just tell him what I felt, as a humble learner. He will commend me. He never said, all right? He would commend me and then he would say, okay, can you drop me a few bullet points? That was how I grew. Professor of psychology, learning from a professor of psychology. I hope you're getting my point. Huh? Now, so through that process, I got to know the who is who in psychology in Nigeria. Right now, I can tell you very proudly, the story of most of the founding fathers of psychology in Nigeria, because I was actually involved as a young lad, studying under them, going around them, and serving them. So with this opportunity that I got, one of the things that I decided I was going to do was not to repeat the mistakes or the misgivings of those who thought I was a risk. Let me organize a forum that enables Nigerian students, South African students, Ghanaian students, Ethiopian students, Angolan students, Botswanan students, and so on and so forth, meet with their teachers. Let there be an exposure of a Nigerian student to a South African professor. This is what we're doing here. Is that not it?
Yes.
Yeah? That's what we're doing here. Now, if after this same question is asked and somebody says, I don't know a professor of psychology in Ghana, I don't know a professor of psychology in Botswana, then there's a big problem. All right?
Yes.
Now, this is a free ticket to all of you to network, not only amongst yourselves within country, but amongst yourselves between countries, and between you and your lecturers and your leaders across countries. Unless we do that, we just brought the Secretary General of the International Union from the Bahamas. Can you imagine that? That is a female leading us. Now, when you bring her into this hall, she knows very clearly who her leader is, and her leader is Professor Cooper. But if you noticed, I introduced her first before I introduced him. It was deliberate. Now, in my mind, I just planned an inspiration for just one female psychology student. And I hope there were more who picked my message, who would want to be like her, who would want to be as honored and as revered as her in public places. What are our plans? Again, back to the responses that Professor Cooper gave. One was to what the president-elect identified as a new division of indigenous psychology in the Psychological Society of South Africa. And Professor Cooper said, we are actually on another drive, decolonization. For us at PAPU, the movement for reshaping psychology in Africa is a very serious one. And we are not leaving any stone unturned to ensure that we get it right and that we place ourselves, in the center of the map of psychological knowledge, science and practice. Our observation is that all through these years, say between 50 and 60 years now, since the founding of psychology in Africa, the theoretical building blocks are Euro-American, Western-based theories. All right? And so, President-elect, if you ask, who are the theoreticians in abnormal psychology? We have very brilliant students here. The names they will mention will be Western people. Yeah? If we are lucky, we'll have a few that will mention one Indian, a few that will mention, somebody maybe from other parts of Asia. That is one. Number two, we have a tradition generally based on the publish or perish syndrome to just go regurgitate these theoretical building blocks, write papers according to their traditions, publish them in their sources. Our Secretary General just mentioned something about our next move. And that next move is based on the foundation of our founding president. So we just regurgitate these things and we circulate them and we say, well, I have 100 papers in Q1 journals.
PDFs.
Excuse me. Here we are. For us at PAPU, we must reverse the trend. We must reverse this trend. And so we are here, first of all, to find out from proud African psychological scholars, what work have you done? We're here to ask, what are the new ideas that you've got? Or what are you flaunting? We're here to ask about what are the books that have been written? Because we have very beautiful books that give us indigenous knowledge base, but they are not in circulation, partly because the authors don't have the financial wherewithal to produce en masse and then to register them for the kind of visibility that is required. But we're also here to challenge some thought processes that have been articulated in theories by all manner of people. We're here to interrogate those things because psychology in Africa has suffered a long period of identity crisis. And so we have psychologists who are practitioners, we have psychologists who are scholars who are in this identity crisis, but unfortunately they are in denial. So we want to challenge that, to say we must decolonize. We must decolonize psychology. We must reshape it. We must renew it. We must, in doing that, get into rigorous assessment and critique of our thoughts and ideas about human beings and human behavior. Things must change.
Agree.
And so, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I am hoping that what Professor Ageman is describing as mentorship will truly take shape. Just permit me to give 2 examples of things that are going on. I was teaching in a clinical psychology class, masters, about 2-3 years ago. And I shared with my students the things that I do privately, the practice that I'm engaged in. And I made a clarion call for mentees. I actually did. I called out students to be mentored. Only one responded after a year. Only one responded. I was just sitting one day in my parlor, and then there was this call. And it was a lady. She said, I want to be your mentee. I said, but why? She said, you recall about a year ago, you made a call, so I'm responding. Yes, so I said,
After
okay.
1 year.
Yes, so I said, okay, fine. So I gave her a chance. And today I'm really very proud I'm very proud that that person is the Marianne most of you have been communicating with. I have, well, Teso does not just, he doesn't leave me. Teso is in my house, Teso is in my office, and if he knows that I am in the hospital, he comes around for very selfish reasons. He wants to know what I'm doing, and he wants to know how I'm doing what I'm doing. Is that not a good thing?
It is. It is.
Huh? All right. Now I have a PhD. I have somebody that just took a PhD from me, and she's not a psychologist, but she's here serving drinks. Carrying plates around. You won't know her for the mere reason that there's something that I have identified in Professor Zamani that I want to learn and to keep on learning. Now, please don't get me wrong. I'm not parading myself. All right. I'm just trying to give you examples about how, because you see, our moderator said mentorship is mentee driven. All right. Now, we are not laying it squarely on you, because if you say you're a mentor, then you should be a good recruiter. All right? And you must be available. You must be available. You must have a shoulder for people to lean on. It's a two-way traffic. So mentors should be encouragers. That's the example that I've just shown you. And finally, I have a WhatsApp mentorship platform called Smart Psychologists Nigeria. It's not an association. It's not, but it's a platform that I created, and Professor Adewi is on it. I just created to ensure that I increase access to myself, and also increase opportunities for mentees to access other mentors. So Papo is starting on a strong footing. We are going on we are going on an onslaught to ensure that whatever barriers to the growth of psychology are within the continent and outside are adequately and squarely faced, so that we will evolve our systems and ensure that we take over the lead of improving the lot of humanity. Since the West has failed and many parts of the world are failing, Africa should rise to the occasion and provide the solution.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Zamani, for sharing these thoughts. We are just going to wrap up. But the learnings have been enormous. I will just give less than 30 seconds to each of our students here to tell us their takeaways from this panel session. They are representing all the feedbacks. But before then, Prof. Cooper, please hold the microphone, because I'll give you the opportunity to share just a thought before I come to our students. Thus far, a lot of ideas have been shared. Professor President of Nigeria Psychological Association. In Ghana, we introduced what we call Catch Them Young initiative. As an association, what we did is we targeted all the universities with student associations. We give them a small sponsorship for their psychology week. We provide them speakers, practitioners, will be sent to go and speak during these occasions. They avail themselves to interact and answer any questions that they do have every single year. If we catch the younger generation, wherever they go, they begin to build up. And this is a beautiful opportunity for all of us from different countries to begin to think about and then apply them. Now we are talking about training, and the quality of training, getting opportunity for mentorship. I asked a question for us practitioners. Are we charging right when it comes to the school fees? The answer is no. I have checked the fee structure, clinical psychology, industrial and organizational counseling. At least these are professional programs. It is synonymous to say medical training. See the fee structure of those being trained to become medical doctors. By the way, if someone is a medical doctor, just general practitioner, that is just a first degree. But look at our structure and how much we charge. How do we charge? Do we itemize the bill? We charge for vehicle to the practicum site, maintenance of that vehicle, supervisors to the practicum site, how much you will pay them for the number of hours they'll be going to the field to. Do we charge right? I have charged my department, and we have started that journey of once again lobbying those who make the decisions. And I assure you, by next year, we are changing the fee structure we have been used to. A foot in the door, gradual. Get to know those who matter, those who make the decision, get to their hearts, and gradually be able to change things up. If you're able to charge right, then we'll be able to afford the quality training that we have been yearning for, as we have heard from our dear students. The last one that I will say then, I come to our students, Professor Cooper will give us his concluding thoughts to all of us. How we teach psychology in our various institutions, we need to check it. I love to teach Psych 101, the very first introductory course. I have insisted, it doesn't matter where I've gotten to. I am interested in that course. I will not teach without showing the faces of the giants in psychological practice, say in Nigeria. I show the faces. This is so and so. That was his area of practice. These are some of the things the person did. This is Afolabi. I will go down to the current generation, to the department within that institution, show their faces, their areas of practice, and it's a beautiful way of introducing them. Then the next assignment, get to any of these, talk to them one-on-one. Next week, I need a feedback. It is our way of ushering them into psychological practice. In Ghana, we've introduced a course called Psychology for National Development. In this course, it is taught by not less than 6 lecturers. What is the goal? They've learned the foundations, they've learned the theories, they've learned all the foundational courses. Level 400 of their training. They should be able to now practicalize. So 6 different lecturers from 6 different areas of practice. The clinical psychologist will come in for 2 weeks, show how we apply the psychology you've learned to industry, how I have done it, how I do it. The industrial will come, traffic psychologists will come. Look at the chaos. Abuja is more calmer, but let's go to Lagos. How do you see the giddy everywhere? You know, the vehicle is moving and you must get down. How do we, traffic psychologists, how do we cause a change? The behavior of the pedestrian, the behavior of the driver. Psychology for National Development is to show them how to connect. If you finish first degree, why can't you support practice? You should be able to support practice, otherwise where did you train them? They will be licensed in Ghana as psychologist assistant, just as we have physician assistant. And they are valuable to working with a practitioner. We need to reorient ourselves even as faculty members and academics. Remember the first question, what do we have control over? What don't we have control over? How do you become a resource in the midst of the challenges? Now I come to our students. You have 30 seconds each. Tell me your learning, your reflection thus far, given the conversations we have been having. Starting with you.
Okay. Okay, sir. I'm going to do my best. Okay, so far I've learned that majorly just as you said, sir, that mentorship is mentee driven. So I've learned that yeah, I would have to go back and look out for people, psychologists who are in my area of specialization and are doing well, and to learn one or two from them and not just read about them, to try to reach out to them to have an interaction with them as well. Then I've also learned that I should go to the NPA and know the associations one on one. I was privileged to attend the NECP conference just last week. And in fact, I was so interested because I am very passionate about psychology. Going into psychology is not just something I just woke up one day and decided to do. I do a lot of work around adolescent support. I run an organization as well. And I realized that for me to be able to impact their lives more, I need to gather more knowledge in the field. And that is why I went into psychology and I had to do my PGD to switch. Okay, so I already approached them, already the leaders, and I told them that I wanted to be a part of the NPA. I wanted to be a member. I wanted to register. In fact, I took his number this morning. And yes, I'm working on that. And also for the lobby group, I'm going to be a voice. I'm going to go back to my school, Ntuk, and find out what has been done so far. If nothing has been done, I would lend my voice in that aspect because yes, we need that to be done. And also, I'm also going to take
Her time
advantage
is up,
of.
Her time is up. Please, let's clap for her. Let's clap for her. Thank you very much. I love the last one you mentioned. Shine from your small corner with the knowledge that you have. And the cascading impact will be greater. Let's go to the second person.
Okay, so one of the points that I took away from here was how it's not just all about how much effort you've put. Sometimes in certain environments, your voice is not enough. You need social backup, and some of our seniors have access to these backups, but the next generation also needs to have access. So there's need for all for lobbies and for connections and for like mediation to connect the next generation to these important authorities so that when it is our turn, we will be able to continue and carry the baton along.
Thank you very much. Let's give her a big round of applause as well. Thank you very much. Then we hear from our IO psychology trainee.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to say that what I have taken away from this session is that I need to see myself as a resource in this challenge, even though I am just, at the beginner's level. But I want to encourage my fellow students that to become a resource, we must also become the eyes and the ears of psychology in Nigeria and all over Africa. And to just cite an example, I volunteer with, a legislative body in Nigeria here at the center of it all. And last year, there was a recruitment exercise. And I want to also recognize the fact that a lot of work went into getting psychology on the scheme of service of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I want to announce that in the organization where I volunteer, there was an employment and psychology was captured in the cadre. Unfortunately, at least two examples that I know personally, somebody with a BSc in technical education
You
was
have
rather
30 seconds
employed.
more.
And then as an ear and eyes for psychologists in that capacity, I personally reached out to the NPA and reported this situation. In my organization, I helped raise the issue to the level where the management had to suspend their placement for now. That is one way we all can
Be the eyes of psychology. Thank you very, very much for that particular thought. Professor Cooper, while I was president of Ghana Psychological Association, we invited you to come to Ghana. You joined in that year's conference. And like Prof. Zamani said, whenever you get the opportunity to sit under the feet of the experienced, make sure you learn. I asked him one question: what one leadership lesson will you give me? And I remember what he said. He said, Jesus had only 12 apostles, and that is all he said. Now I'm asking you, we have policymakers, leaders here, from Prof. Zamani, Afolabi, all the other leaders, president-elect, MPAs here. We have experienced faculty practitioners here. We have our dear students in training here. We even have volunteers, our media team. They are all learning while they are doing their work. What brief admonition do you have for us as we wrap up this particular panel session?
Keep a very open mind on what you do and allow yourself to have the benefit of making a decision. In doing that, you have to learn from each other. You have to learn from your teachers, your professors, and they will also learn from you how to mediate this environment going forward. Because each of us can play a role, and that role must be a collaborative one, and you must do it for self, but not only for self, for community, the discipline, the profession, but also for the country. If you can't do it for those reasons, then you need to be able to rethink where you stand. If you do it with those guiding principles, you will be a force to be reckoned with in a year, 2, 3 years' time, and you'll change this profession. Indigenous, decolonizing. What about Africanizing the experience, because Africa is the birthplace of humanity. We are all the same, we possess the same ingredients, but all over, our leadership at whatever level allows the continent to be downgraded and degraded. That rests on your shoulders. Don't allow that to happen.
Please, let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof. Bukwa. Just before you stand, because some of you mentioned you are PhD students, at the University of Ghana, I am in charge of the Doctoral Academy. That is an academy that supports all PhD students in Africa. And as part of the support I give to students who are PhD, who are on their PhD program, you can attend any of these complementary programs. We will host you, give you accommodation, we'll feed you within the 2 weeks period. All you need to do is to just get to Ghana. So if you are a faculty member here, you have a PhD student, if you're a PhD student here, please, you have a big window of opportunity for a direct engagement so you can go through this process. Psychology is a practitioner-oriented field of study. The more you deepen your PhD training, the better your opportunity of enhancing the training of others. So this is another opportunity that you have. Whichever country you came from, please just go to the University of Ghana website, University of Ghana Pan-African Doctoral Academy. I am at PAPU, and I'm in charge of the Pan-African Doctoral Academy. Please, let's make use of all these opportunities are there. We meet different people, we engage, we connect, and our collaborative scorecard can increase. At this point, let's give a big round of applause to our panelists while we take our seats. And I'll invite my 8 mentees to come back here. Yes, we will take a group picture. Please come here. We will take a group picture. Let's stand. And right after the picture, my 8 mentees who brought this seat here, I will need you here to be back here again. Thank you very much. Let's have our group picture, and then we will take it up from there.
Raising up, can you give a big round of applause for the session that has just ended? Allow me now to say this. Please, for the 6 group that we had, can you now come and collect your points from Professor Collins? And then what you're going to do, please go and write them nicely, and then you submit them to our Secretary General of NPA. Where is my brother? Our Secretary General from NPA is outside? Okay, just group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 come, correct them, just write them down nicely, because we understand our leaders from NPA, they'll need this for to take note of them, so that they may do something about it. So just write them nicely. Then I think you'll correct to my sister Ogo. You correct to my sister. Then after that, she will take them to our Secretary General. Thank you very much. There is someone who has lost. There's a lost and found ATM card with me here. Yes, the ATM card seems is in dollars, in USD dollars. So there's a lost and found. So if it's yours, you come and tell me which color. No, you have seen the color. Okay, you will come and see me. Thank you. May I now extend my thanks to Professor Collins for the great session. Big round of applause, please. I know there is something that is called psychological noise. We have got something at least. So I think our stomach are not that much stubborn right now. But bear with us. We will have just a few things before we wrap up this session. Then we'll go to another session later. We have only 2 more sessions for the day. We'll be having the red carpet session. We'll start actually from here. Then we'll be having the closing remarks from our Secretary General from PAPU. Then later we'll be having the session that Professor Zaman has just said about recognizing, but also trying to uplift the great work that has been done by Professor South Cooper. I know you'll be ready for that. It's a video, but also we'll be having an inaugural lecture from the professor. So now we're going to do something. Camera guys, can you maybe let me know from you? Should we take some photos from here and outside? Because we have burners outside. Let's go outside. After, okay. So we'll take photos from outside. We're going to do that session from outside. Then after that, we'll be having a short break. And during the short break, would love and would like us to start doing what? Networking. Are we together? If there's someone from South Africa, there's someone from Namibia, someone from Congo here, and you want to connect, I think the question that was raised by Professor Collins, it's very vital that we should start from here, then taking it forward. And lastly, before I call upon the Secretary General of PAPU, you are the one who made me come here in Nigeria, but it's okay, it's okay. It's just, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now allow me to call upon the Secretary General for vote of thanks. Then after we'll go for the red carpet as we're going to take photos outside there and networking session before we come back around 4 for the next and the last session of the day. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that none of you have an excuse of not talking to me when you hear my voice, because I've never heard my voice so much in one day. But now all of you must be experts at hearing it. Distinguished guests and students and fellow psychologists, I think we've had a momentous day during this student summit. Very often in our families, when we sit with our parents, we get direction, when to eat, where to put the plate, what clothes to wear, who's coming to visit, why have we not made your bed? We answer questions. And rightfully so, our parents should do that. We look to them for direction. We look to them for our own identity and who we are. In this summit, there was a slight change of roles. The expectation is that when we have student summits or when we have leadership summits from those that are coming into the area of leadership, we should be hearing their voice. And sometimes it's uncomfortable to tell your aging parents that, no, have you eaten? Why are you putting on that, daddy, mom? Father, why is it that you want to go anywhere? Sit and sleep, we'll go tomorrow. But that's part of growing and maturing into a space. This summit was intended to ensure that the voice of the next generation of professionals begins to be heard, and heard not only in small bits, but heard as loud as possible and as robustly as possible. I want to encourage you to continue to participate. Even when you graduate from your undergraduate, from your master's, from your PhD, do not let your voice be dimmed. We continue to be students of life. We continue to want to listen to those elders, but we also need to share the experiences of our time. Student summits such as this are important because we need to be fit for purpose. When we sing a song that no one can, in a room full of deaf people, we don't get appreciation for that song, no matter how melodious it is. When we sign through sign language that song in a room full of auditory impaired people or deaf people, then the appreciation comes. So we need to find that our training needs to be fit for purpose. And when it is no longer fit for purpose, we go and seek advice, we go and have the conversation, we go and have the difficult conversations to say, how do we stay relevant? I want to thank the Nigerian Psychological Association for finding it necessary, Professor Folabi and your team, to be champions of such a conversation. It is never easy to have such a conversation. I'd like to thank our fathers and our mothers who have established these professions and are eminentaries and are distinguished scholars in their own right, in their own institutions, in their own communities, and even in psychology at large in Nigeria, for finding time to come on this first day when our students are there to sit through this program. It has been our honor because you have now bolstered and given the strength to the student voice to say it is necessary, it is worth it for my ears to hear it. I thank you for that. Yes, you can give yourself an applause also. It's allowed. I would also like to thank, before I even thank those that are close to me, I think I want to make note of something that we are, our world is changing. Where the different narratives of how we engage as a people are splitting us into different corners. But it is important that we always stay objective as psychologists and professionals to hear through the differences that we have what the message is from those that we talk to. There are things that will happen in our organizations, in our communities, that will make you the only resource in that community where people of different persuasions come to you. I need to encourage you to stay open to it. And I want to thank you thus far for being open to that messages and those calls of service. But lastly, I think I know why our MC enjoys this mic so much. Apart from the color, I think it's very nice, so I don't want to enjoy it too much. I want to thank Papu for accepting the call to partner with the Nigerian Psychological Association. I want to thank President Zamani and his leadership and his wisdom of accepting this call. I want to be also humble in accepting, or rather, in thanking my president-elect, Prof. Collins, who dropped everything and came through the night and said, no, I've got other important meetings to be there, but this is Papu, this is Nigeria, this is my home. I will be there. It's exciting to know that the next president is also going to come in with even much more fervor and energy into this charge. So the hope is there for the students to see, we're not going to be looking around for leadership. We already have it. Continue to have that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, professors, students, doctors, scholars that are here, thank you so much for allowing yourself to have the opportunity to come and interact with others. Everybody who is here because you are here. And allow yourself to mingle, communicate, question, challenge, be inquisitive about life and the life ahead. Thank you so much for this time and attending this summit. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. A big round of applause. Thank you, our dear Secretary General. Psychology education in Africa. Come on, guys. Psychology education in Africa.
I want to thank you so much for your time being here since morning. We really do appreciate you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying here. I want to thank the panelists too and the president, Purple President Professor Andrew Zamani and his Purple Cabinet. Thank you so much for putting up this for us. We really appreciate. So my name is Ogochukwu Naji. With me, I have.
Dr. Mukali from Tanzania.
Thank you.
Can you just now appreciate what you've been doing this morning? You have been quiet, silent, listening. Now we do this for ourselves now. This is for you. This is for you, eh? Okay, now we're going to do this. So when I count one, we'll be tapping 1 up to 5. Okay. So when I say 1, it will be just a single finger. 1, then 2. You add more until 5 heavy rains. Are we together? Okay, this is for yourself because you've been here with us since morning. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Heavy rain 5. Thank you very much. Have a great time. We're going for another session. So we are going for the photo session, the red carpet session outside there on the burners. Then after we'll be having some time to connect and networking, but also it will be the time for us to at least energize for the next session, which is going to start around 4. Please, we're going out for the session of pictures. Take that time. We'll be there with the cabinet, with the Purple Cabinet, and every member should be there so that we may be in this remarkable event. Thank you, studio. Have a great afternoon. Let's meet outside there. Thank you. There. Check people, can you assist, Prof? So please, can we try to many times so that we may also come back here around 4 for the last session? Camera guys, can you save yourself outside there where we are going to take photos from so that we may have that time also? Thank you very much. Everything, yeah. As my sister Ogochukwu going outside there, please, she'll be aligning with the group that are going to take photos. Group picture outside, please. We are going to start the session, the networking session outside after taking pictures. Can you do that, please, for me? Hello, members, mental health practitioners. Members, I know you want to take pictures from here. Can you help us the group photos from outside? Then we'll get this later. Okay, thank you. Members, it has been advised to take photos from here first, then we'll go outside. Members, are we together? We're starting taking photo from here, then we'll go outside. So I would love the camera guys to set up themselves, and then we first do that. Can I have the PAP committee at the front, and then the rest will be behind here? Hello? Can I have the PAPU committee at the front? Then all other members come behind here. Then we'll go on with the groups. Can you come up front, please, and do this? Then we go outside. We'll be starting from here, then we'll go out. Please, the committee, PAPU committee, please. The PAPU committee and the invited guests. It's here, it's here. Okay, is it done? Please give me a signal when you're done. Okay, can I have the PAPU committee, the whole, no, you just stay here. PAPU committee, the whole committee, the organizing committee, I mean. The outside, okay. Can I have the professors and the lecturers up here? All the professors and lecturers. All professors and lecturers in the house, please. The committee wait first. The committee wait first. You can wait first. All the professors, lecturers, and lecturers, please come. You can send behind the cabinet. Can we concentrate on the camera at the middle? Let's concentrate on the camera, not the phones, please. There. Okay. One more. Okay. Thank you, the lecturers and professors. Thank you. Then I need the students, all the students. Please come. You're waiting. You will wait. The committee, please wait. All the students come, please. Come. The organizing committee, please. Can you organize yourself? We'll come after this. Students, we can break into two.
The body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I get high. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
Students, can you break into two? Studio. Can you pause and raise a bit my mic? Raise my mic. Okay, students, can you break into two? Oh, we okay with that? I wish you could break into two, but it's okay. Okay, thank you, students. The organizing committee, please come. The organizing committee, I need you to do quickly so that you may not make these gentlemen tired. Up. Okay, please, may we give chance to the organizing committee, please? May we give chance to the organizing committee? Hello, may we give chance to the organizing committee? The organizing committee, Prof. Zamani. Yes, can you wait for Professor Zamani? Then you'll be there. Wait first. Wait, we're waiting for Professor Zamani. Please, can you allow Professor Zamani to first take pictures and then we'll continue, please. Your mentee, it's okay. Prof, please. Prof, please, go back. The organizing committee is crying for you. Okay, now they're okay to go. Okay. Come on, guys, smile. We're done. Okay. All the invited guests from different association, different countries in Africa, please come. All the invited guests from different association in Africa, come. I think I'll also be the one, eh? Yes, oh yes. Please, all the invited guests from different association in Africa. Cameroon, Switzerland, and Tanzania, and so forth. All the invited, yes. Yeah, it's okay. You represent them. Possibly. Hello, can you give chance to them, please? Come behind if yes. All representative from different countries in Africa, please come. Yeah, please. Can you bring her at the meeting? Okay, please. Bring. Wait first. We are going to wait for someone. Yes. Let's wait first. Yes. We can go to her. So, hello, please, sister, can you just leave her? We'll come there. We'll come there. Please, let's go. Please, the cabinet, can we go there?
I have to say anything.
Okay, the committee, please, let's go there with all the representatives. Let's have the photo there. I hope I've not left any group behind after this. Dr. Eve, let's go. Can you now be behind, please, the representative and the PAPU committee? Let's be behind there and then take the photo. Yes, please. Enoch, where are you? Okay, you're there. Conte. Thank you very much. So we are going outside to take a group photo. We are going to take a group photo from outside. Members, please. I know you're all hearing from me. Please, let's go outside, take a group photo. Then from that, we'll continue with the networking session. Then after that, 4 sharp, we should be here back for the last session of the day. Thank you very much. Have a great hour. Ushers, please, may you help me to assist our members to go outside. We are going to take the group photo. Ushers, help me to call upon the members to go outside now. Help me to get the member outside. I know people are still connecting here. Members, can we go outside and take the group photo? Then after that, we'll continue this session. We are going to be back here in 25 minutes. Members, the cameramen are waiting for us outside, and we are still in here. Can you please go outside and have first the session for the group photo? Then after that, we'll do the individual photos. We have 20 minutes more before we come for the last session. Ushers, please, can you help me? Yes, outside where there is a banner. Members, can you first go outside and finish the group photo? Then we'll come back for this. Otherwise, if we don't want the group photo, we can go on with the networking session for 20 minutes. Thank you very much. Studio, welcome. Announcement. People booked for t-shirts. All friends who booked for t-shirts are now available outside there where we registered ourselves. Please, if you want to get yours, please go outside there. Thank you.
Oli. Yeah, Oli. Better. Better.
And after we'll be having some time to connect and also be having some time for lectures for the next session. Children is not wrong. So please, we're going out for the session of pictures. Take that time. We'll be there. Every member should be there.